So we are going to begin our regularly scheduled city council meeting for this evening. So we will begin our meeting with an invocation offered by Lieutenant Lewis. It's great to see you here this evening. Thank you so much for being here. So if you'd please stand for that invocation and then remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. It is such a privilege to be here. And did you say the invocation first and then the pledge? Sorry, I was in my own little word flow that moment. But I just want to thank you all. This is such a privilege and such an honor to be able to do this. And there's so many places when I tell other Salvation Army officers that this is what I get to do tonight, they're just so thrilled that this happens at this meeting every time that it happens. So I just wanted to share that with you really quick. So thank you. So if you'll go ahead and prepare yourself as you're accustomed for prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for gathering us all together tonight. God, you have all placed us to live, to serve, to just be a part of the community of Caldwell. God, it is such a blessing that we get to do that. Lord, we just thank you so much for the direction, the grace, the love, the mercy that you show to each and every one of us. God, I know that we have your protection as we go forth each and every day. God, I am so grateful to you for that. Lord, I thank you so much for the City of Caldwell staff, the mayor and the city council, all of those people who committed their lives to serving their community. Lord, if you would just continue to bless them and guide them and give them the discernment and the wisdom that's needed to be able to take care of our city. God, I know that just the fact that we get to take this time and pray publicly here is just such a grace and a blessing and a privilege to be able to do so. God, we have the freedom to be able to speak about you, speak about our thoughts, our desires, everything that we have for our wonderful community. And God, we attribute that freedom to you. Lord, I know that you will be present with each and every one of us as we go about our business each and every day. Lord, I know your presence is here in this meeting, and Lord, I thank you for all that you do for each and every one of us. Lord, we're just so grateful to you for all that you have and that you do. And we love you and we praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Lewis. We appreciate you being here and all that you do, and the Salvation Army and all that they provide for our entire community. So thank you so much for that. We do appreciate you and all you do. Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Doty?
Here.
Stodic?
Here.
Register? Here. Williams?
Here.
Allgood?
Here.
Dittenberg?
Here.
Very good. All city council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding an item on the agenda this evening? I guess I should add that into there. Very good. So notice that there is none of those. So we do have a few, two individuals signed up for audience participation, and then after that we do have a special presentation we'll get into, but we'll do those first. So first is Jim Hollis. If you'll please come forward, and if you could state your name for the record, then you will have 3 minutes to provide your comments.
Jim Hollis, 1722 Carroll Avenue, Caldwell. I'm here to ask one question, and let me set the stage for my question. Due to the recent escapades by the leadership in the Caldwell City Hall, and all what that has happened in the last few months, and here's a few examples of them. $1.8 million oversight, the famous nationwide known meter scandal, along with a possible state law violation, and then the spending of our tax money. An individual department head was allowed to charge on his P card at the most expensive place in the United States, a steakhouse at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. You guys went into executive session to discuss that, so I hope there was disciplinary action taken. The next thing is I was reading the budget items, and there was $500 in gift cards purchased by the police department for somebody that had a grudge, or somebody did something from the police department to them. Is that general practice? Then with the lost $1.8 million, how the public first found out about that was in the comment session. It wasn't even posted on the agenda, and you were well aware of it. So now I just have the one question. Mr. Mayor, I am asking you to resign effective immediately, because Caldwell can no longer afford your leadership and your lack of transparency. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate you being here and for your comments. Next is Mr. Dave Moore. And Dave, if you could please state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
David Moore, 711 East Denver. I'm just here on a note on a former city employee, Judy Sabia. She passed away a week or so ago. Gosh, when I was starting out my baking career, we would have a business after hours, and she would help me, kind of guide me where to get my permit. Her husband, Vern Sabia, would actually put up that permit. I don't know if that was in protocol. He was a great friend and a great employee, so I could always count on her. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, no, appreciate that very much. I remember seeing her picture when I used to work at 621, the hall of all the past employees of the year, and her picture was up there, so I remember seeing that all the time.
She would always show up with a couple, 2 or 3 friends, and she'd always stay to the end and help me clean up. So she's a great gal.
Yep, she
Thank you.
was. Thank you, appreciate that, David, so much. So that puts us into, if I can get to the correct here, our special presentation. So we do have one this evening. We appreciate, if I can get to, there we are, Lindsay. So if you would please come forward. So Lindsay McConnell-Soong has a special presentation this evening in regards to the senior produce program for the Caldwell Farm to Fork Market. And also just to note that Lindsay's daughter is a member of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council Executive Committee and does an amazing job on there. So with that,
Thanks,
Lindsay,
Bill.
the time is yours.
Oh, and I tested out my formatting, but apparently it did not. My formatting changed a little bit, so I apologize for that. It looks like the font might be a little bit off on these, but we'll just continue. So, good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, fellow community members. My name is Lindsay McConnell-Soong. I have the privilege of representing the Caldwell Health Coalition this evening to give the annual report on our senior produce program. I work for University of Idaho Extension. Before we get into it, just want to acknowledge our partners and sponsors. Something that's new this year for the Senior Produce Program is that we've developed a partnership with the Idaho Hunger Relief Task Force. They've stepped in to be our fiscal agent, to be the nonprofit that can co-apply with us on grants to support this program, and they also house our online donation system for us. So that's been a great addition to the program that's allowed us to streamline our preparation and our maintenance. Also, this is a Caldwell Health Coalition program that's sponsored or supported directly by the University of Idaho Extension and Southwest District Health, who provides facilitation for the coalition. We couldn't do it without our partners at Destination Caldwell and their market team that makes sure that we have everything that we need all set up, ready to go. And of course, our financial sponsors, the City of Caldwell and also St. Luke's this past year, each providing $5,000 for the program. All right, so last year when I presented, I let you know that we had increased our funding to $15,000 or a little bit more. So this year we were back down to 10, so about 2/3 of that. So we had to make some decisions on how to adjust that. We really did not want to decrease the amount of vouchers that we were giving out weekly, or to limit even more the amount of folks that we could serve each year. So knowing that we were concerned about the amount of produce that is available at the market and the growing season, we decided to start later in July rather than June. So that shortened our program to about 12 weeks, but we were able then to keep that $8 amount in vouchers and still serve a little over 100 households each week. So we still had great participation. We had over 300 senior households served during that amount of time, over $10,000 in vouchers given out, and we maintained that 93% redemption rate this year that we've seen the last 3 years. On average, we were giving out about 109 sets of vouchers each week, and 91 of those folks receiving that were returning participants. So they were coming back week after week, continuing to participate. We signed up an average of 20 new participants. Great. About a fourth of our participants were 75 years or older. About 68% of our participants are Caldwell residents. If we look more broadly at Canyon County, we're looking at about 88, looking at how we can continue to increase participation from our Hispanic seniors. Oop. As far as our volunteers, we made a little bit of a change this year. Rather than having a wide open volunteer sign up, which takes quite a bit of coordination, we put a call out for either 6 or 12-week booth sponsors for folks that could bring their group or their organization and kind of manage their own team for that. That worked out really well. Southwest District Health and the folks at Chase Bank stepped up and each managed the booth for 6 weeks at a time, and they did a fantastic job. If we put their time into volunteer value, we're just over $1,700 that was worth. About 2 hours maximum commitment that they would make during that time. Vouchers go pretty quickly. They're gone usually in about an hour. There we go. So I just wanted to call your attention back, sorry for the formatting, for what I let you know that we were looking forward to this next year and some concerns that we had that we wanted to address. I'll specifically call out our hope that we could encourage replication. The Nampa Farmers Market this year instituted their own version of this, so that was exciting to see. I also received contact from the coordinator up in New Meadows for their farmers market, asking how they might be able to do this. We consulted, I provided her with some resources, and they have instituted a senior produce program there that's been successful. They're selling out of their produce every week for their seniors. So really excited to see that people are taking notice and looking at how they can put this into their communities as well. But what I'm most excited to share with you is regarding our concern about the increasing the number of produce vendors at the market that had been dwindling a little bit from previous years, and so we wanted to make sure that we could support this program with plenty of produce to match the number of people who were wanting it. So I got together some colleagues from University of Idaho Extension from areas of food systems, garden to market practices. We had a team of interns who came and prepped, priced, and got everything set up. As you can see on the picture here, their beautiful booth that really was a great addition and supplemented the amount of produce that was available at the market. The beauty of this was that any senior produce voucher, so that was very exciting. And just to remind you of the bigger picture, you know, this goes beyond financial and nutritional assistance for our seniors. We're looking at their physical health. This is their sense of belonging, sense of community, their social life, and then educational and professional opportunities for the folks who are involved in this program. And then as I wrap up, I just wanted to also share with you that I encourage you to think of Caldwell Health Coalition not just as the source of this program. It's an amazing program. I think it speaks for itself, and we're so grateful for your support. But we have just so many members who represent a wide variety of health agencies, nonprofits, organizations, and just a slew of expertise and resources. So understanding that you all are elected officials who are in charge of making decisions that impact the health of your community, and knowing that there's no way for you to be experts in every area that you are required to address, the Caldwell Health Coalition can be a resource for you. Please don't hesitate to reach out when you are in need of reliable information, the most up-to-date data for anything that might be impacting your decisions. One of the ways we can support our community members best is to make sure that we're supporting those who are making decisions that impact our lives. So we want to ensure that you have what you need when it comes to health and people's views on health and their needs in our community. So you're welcome at our meetings anytime. We're always happy to have a conversation program and letting me speak here tonight.
Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions, Councilor Doty?
Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just appreciate what you do for our seniors especially, and this is a great program, and thanks for putting in the time and the effort.
No, thank you
Appreciate
very much. Yep, it's an honor.
Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, last time you were here, I asked whether you contacted the Idaho Potato Commission for any help. Have you done that? Or? No?
I have not, no.
Okay, and
Yep,
another outfit, I know it's
is adding another $5,000 to support the program. Idaho Food Bank has granted us $1,500, and we just got a $5,000 award from the American Heart Association to increase the resources that we're able to give our participants. So it's growing. We hope to be able to support that with increased produce, and just, yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Okay,
Really
great.
appreciate all you do and
Yep.
for you being here this evening.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so that moves us into our agenda, and just for everyone that is in the audience that is aware before we get into our consent calendar approval, that we do have an amendment to the agenda this evening. So item number 5 on the new business, which was consider the acceptance of the letter of intent from Colliers on behalf of KSA Investments for development of property owned by the city of Caldwell, located at 104 North 21st Avenue, include a 50-year lease with the intention of constructing a hotel at the site. So that has been removed. So that item in discussion of the potential hotel on 21st Avenue has been removed. That is to allow for additional time for staff to research parking and other potential concerns and issues in that area to wrap up some other loose ends on that. So we're hoping to have that all kind of finalized by tonight. We want to make sure that it's well prepared to present to the council in that regards, rather than kind of half of it now and half of it later. So this will allow staff to have that completely put together. Expected to potentially come back in December for council's discussion and decision at that time. And as that does move forward, we'll ensure that the public is aware of that and knows when that's coming forward. So you know that if you are here for that this evening, that will not be on the agenda, but we'll make sure that it does get out so that you are aware of those dates and times for when that does come back and forward. So we do have that amendment to the agenda as well as the consent calendar before the, I don't think there's any thing from the consent calendar coming up, is that correct? So we'd have that before the council for your motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty.
I'll request approve the consent calendar and as well as the agenda as amended.
Very good. So we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar and the agenda as amended. Do we have a second? Second. So it's a motion from Councilor Doty, a second from Councilor Stoddard, and we'll get to your question just once we get through this motion. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, so with that, then the voting is open at this time. It's 1 second.
Mine and yours, Chuck.
Okay, so all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. And yes, I do apologize for that, but since we're in the middle of that motion, I want to get through that. So is your question regarding when that item's going to come back before the council, or?
No, my question is regarding when will there be a public hearing as to what the people want, not what the council wants?
So that will be is expected to be in December, and that will be a public hearing, public meeting to allow for testimony from the public to address that matter to the council for them to make their decision in that regard. So there will be opportunity for public testimony at that meeting.
Will you guys be advertising that?
So we will. So, and if you want to ensure that, you can leave your information. Our city clerk, Madam Geyer, who's right back there in the corner. I believe many of you had her email. I know that she received many emails from the public, so we'll be responding to each of those, letting them know. It'll be advertised on that to make sure that the public's well aware in that regards. But if you wanted to make sure you're specifically notified, please leave us with your email address. It'd probably be the easiest way to do that, so we can make sure that we get you notified.
Forgive me, I'm asking for the whole community to be notified.
And they will, so we will put notification out in that regards to ensure that the community is notified. Yes, Madam Clerk? Mhm.
So those that want to contact me, my email address is cityclerk@cityofcaldwell.org, and I'd be more than glad to put you on the distribution list as well.
Yeah, and we will, like I said, make a general announcement throughout the community. Typically, that's through the Idaho Press Tribune newspaper, the local paper here in Caldwell, through social media. So we will be putting those advertisements out as well to make sure the public is aware of the date and time of that meeting, so they can come and provide their testimony.
Can I request you put it on the sign that was brand new built there, right by where you're planning to put the hotel? That way everyone who drives by it can see it.
That's probably a good idea. So it'd be similar to like when we do public hearings for properties, to put a sign up like a public notice sign. So yes, we can definitely look into that. So you betcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate that input. Okay, so with that, the consent calendar has been approved, so that'll move us into old business. And again, for those that did come this evening, we do apologize if that's the reason why you're here tonight. But again, we want to make sure we have all the proper information, everything before the council for that decision. And again, thank you for that input in regards to providing that additional notification on the site itself for the public. So we do want to ensure that the public's aware of that and has the opportunity to come and testify on that matter. So if you do get up and leave, we won't be offended. We understand understand that, and we again apologize for you coming out for that item that will not be discussed this evening. So our first item under old business is continued from October 7th and October 21st. This is consider adopting a schedule of fees for services provided and regulatory charges for the golf department. Raylene, it's all you.
Good evening, City Council. So we've gone over why these fees are increasing. However, from what we talked about last City Council to this City Council, I did meet with the golf board as well as made some adjustments to what was proposed before. Now, none of the fees were adjusted up because to do that I would need to do a new public hearing. However, I did adjust 3 fees down. The annual trail fees were adjusted down $50. The cart storage was adjusted down $50. And then the green fees for Fairview were reduced by $2.50. And that's total, so that's based off of that includes sales tax. So the golf board, when I did meet with them, made a couple of recommendations on fee increases, and so you will be hearing from me on a new public hearing for those increases. It is just one fee increase that I'll talk about at that public hearing. So, so that's all I have for you guys.
Very good. Thank you so much. Questions, Councilor Register?
Yes, thank you. This probably isn't so much for you, but I appreciate the work that you've done. We did get an email from the chairman of the golf board that explained pretty much what you said too, but they were very appreciative that you came and met with them and came up with sort of this compromise, I guess. But I think this is probably more for how the process, not necessarily you, the finance director, but more the process of the way we do things. This is the way it should have been done from the beginning, in my opinion. So I think that anytime that we're going to raise fees where there is a board, whether it's airport, golf, whatever it is, the board is consulted for their opinions, suggestions, ideas, whatever it is, because then when they write a letter of support, it helps the council very much to make those decisions, I think. And then we know that that board and the people that are invested in that community have at least been consulted with. So I really do appreciate you doing that, and I hope that in the future when we do something like this, these kinds of things will happen. And then I think it will make everybody feel a lot better about what's going on. So I appreciate you going to that meeting.
All right. Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, Raylene, these decreases, changes, how will it affect the budget we passed this year?
So with the budget that was passed, these decreases, when looking at it, it's about $25,000 to $30,000 in revenue that we would not be receiving in that budget. However, I have not calculated the increases that the golf board proposed, so some of that will be offset by some of that increase, but not a ton. So I don't think it'll impact because we did plan for a fund balance with the additional revenue that was received to go into fund balance because we're trying to build up a reserve for the golf fund.
So with these changes, we should be all right, is what I'm asking.
Their budget should be good, yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time. So we do have 2 people signed up to testify on this matter, both signed up in neutral. Jean, you signed up to testify, and Sue, sounds like you said no. So,
She's supporting
very
me.
good. Okay, excellent. Very good. So
Okay.
you have 3 minutes for your comments.
Jean Craigbrink, as I stand before you, I want the public that is watching or others afraid to come to the meetings in order to speak out to know that it does matter. There are many that feel their voice doesn't matter. Comments I hear, the city will do as they please, and they don't care about citizen input. I can honestly say your voice does matter. I am a prime example. Same thing with the parking meter issue. I spoke on October 7th concerning the budget and fees. I was strongly opposed to the exorbitant rate increases of over 20% on average at the golf courses. I was the only one that spoke out, but I know for a fact that many were outraged, frankly pissed. I want to truly thank the council members that listened and were concerned about the hike in costs. The golf board had requested to weigh in on the fees when they met on August 21st. That didn't happen at all prior to the October 7th meeting. It didn't happen at the October 16th meeting. Finally, a special meeting was called for Wednesday, October 30th. They did weigh in on the fees proposed and reached a compromise with the board unanimously approving the new suggestions. I appreciate that the correct protocol was followed and there was a reduction in some fees proposed. It was interesting, though, that the golf board too is confused at the high amount of dollars going to administration costs in City Hall, an exorbitant amount. I do have a concern for all citizens. I'm not opposed to increases, but new fee proposals are posted in the newspaper. If you don't get a newspaper, you need to check in on the council agenda packet. Then scroll, scroll, scroll to find the fee schedule. Page 505 to be exact at the last council meeting. It was page 423 for today's meeting. There's no other way to be informed on the fee increases that I'm aware of. And what's in the newspaper differs from the council packet. Who is going to spend that much time searching? Why can't the constituents be updated in a more transparent manner? Can't there be a fee link on the website? Specifically, though, with the fees, I'm still wondering, as pointed out on October 7th, why there is an aerification rate for Purple Sage, but not Fairview. Fairview gets punched too. Same issue with the winter rates. There are winter rates listed for Purple Sage, but not for Fairview. Does that mean the regular rate is charged year-round, no matter the conditions at Fairview, but Purple Sage gets a break? That just doesn't seem right. And finally, there still seems to be some concerns that the people responsible for the budget, like the superintendent, for instance, are being dismissed, and their budget changes after their submission. They are the experts. You've hired them to be experts in their field. They obviously know what they are doing, since the Caldwell courses are the gems of the valley. Please let them do their jobs without interference from individuals or supervisors that know nothing about golf and golf course maintenance. Thank you again for being proactive and listening to the voice of concerned citizens. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Jean, appreciate that. And Sue, again, you did not wish to testify, just that you support those comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. As mentioned, that's all the public that signed up to speak on this matter. So I don't think we need a motion to close that because it's not required to have public testimony on that. Okay. So with that, it's the council. If you have any questions for staff or any comments, Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 357-24 regarding fees for services at the Caldwell Golf Department as printed.
Very good. Do we have a second? That's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Do you have discussion or?
Well, I wanted to address what Jean said.
Okay, yeah.
Can I
go
do
ahead.
that real quick?
Yep.
I know it's kind of hard to see. I can't figure out how to sit high enough and get this low enough, but I appreciate you coming, and I just think it's so important about what you said, that had you not been here to talk to us, we probably wouldn't even have, I mean, we're not golf experts, known if it was going to be a problem or not. So we really appreciate you coming in here and speaking up on behalf of your entire community. And I think that it is important for the public to know that they should come and speak, and that it does make a difference.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, the voting is open at this time. And again, this is a motion for approval of this resolution. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us into new business. New business item number 1 is a quasi-judicial public hearing. This is for case number SUB 24-29, DEV 24-3, for a subdivision, and is that a development agreement on the other, if I'm not mistaken? And it looks like, who is presenting on this? Morgan. Okay, so Morgan, we'll turn it over to you for your staff presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council, I apologize. Morgan Besaw, Planning and Zoning. I am here this evening to present the Tuscan Ridge application for preliminary plat and a development agreement modification. The staff report for this application was put together by our planner, Alex Jones. He has unfortunately left us to go further his career with an engineering firm, and we are sad to lose him, but happy for him to go on to the next part of his planning career. So the subject site is approximately 78.5 acres. It is located on the southeast corner of Orchard Avenue and Indiana Avenue. Oops. The subject site itself is currently vacant farmland. To the north is a single-family residential development, Sienna Hills. To the south is farmland, as well as some county single-family residential homes. To the east and west are also farmland. The application, as I mentioned, is for a preliminary plat approval for Tuscan Ridge subdivision, which will consist of 212 single-family lots and 38 common lots in the R1 low-density residential zone, as well as a development agreement modification to remove the subject parcel from DA 0610 for Sienna Hills. The image on the screen shows the original approved preliminary plat for Sienna Hills. This was annexed into the city in 2006 and had a DA at that time. The first two phases of Sienna Hills were completed prior to 2014, and the remainder of the entitlements, including on this parcel, expired. The DA has never been modified or changed since it was originally approved in 2006 for this entire Sienna Hills development. However, in 2014, Sienna Hills came back through the application process for a new preliminary plat. At that time, they removed all of the land south of Karcher, which is the purple line on the screen, the subject site. So in 2014, the council saw the preliminary plat modification, or really rather a new preliminary plat for Sienna Hills that modified its original approvals, and it did not include this parcel. A DA amendment probably should have been done at that time to remove this parcel, but we're doing it today. So the entitlements that you see have expired. Sienna Hills has been built, so it's a bit of cleanup, and by removing it from that Sienna Hills DA, we can now approve the preliminary plat for Tuscan Ridge on that site. So the map in front of you is our zoning map. As you can see, the parcel is already zoned R1, low-density residential. No zoning map amendments are being requested at this time. The land to the north is also designated R1, low-density residential, and all the surrounding area on the east, south, and west of this property is in the county. This map is our current comprehensive plan. The site is identified in our comp plan as low-density residential, which is in conformance with its existing zoning today. It is contiguous with other low-density residential designations to the north, and the surrounding area on the east, south, and west that is currently county is identified in the current comprehensive plan as residential estates. Therefore, this development as proposed is in conformance with the comprehensive plan as it exists today. The image in front of you is the proposed phasing map for this development. It's proposed to be completed in 5 phases, as identified by each color. I mentioned that it will include 212 single-family homes, as well as 38 common lots. The common lots total 11.1% for qualifying open space. Code only requires 6% for subdivision because it is not part of a PUD. Therefore, they are almost double the required open space per code. The map in front of you shows all the surrounding approved developments in the area. You can see directly to the north the arrow towards Sienna Hills, 323 residential lots. That's what this application, or I'm sorry, this parcel was originally approved as part of and has since been removed. There are also several other residential developments in the area. Very little in the way of mixed use or commercial development. The proposed development will have adequate site access and all utilities will be available or will be available as outlined in the engineering staff report in your packet. When the application was provided to all agencies for comments, we received comments only from Highway District 4, which had no opposition but did state specific conditions which have been included in your engineering staff report. They included those as well. And ITD responded and had no major concerns because they do not abut the state highway system. No public comments were received. This clicker is so sensitive, I apologize. I keep jumping back and forth. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this application during a public hearing on October 9th, and they recommended approval of this application, both the plat and the DA mod. And staff recommends that if council approves the request, that they do so with the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law and order approved by P&Z with one additional condition. The recommended condition is that no buildable lots be less than 7,200 square feet at the time of final plat approval. This was based on feedback from the commission. This is basically covered in code, but it was just sort of repeating it. Code does allow a deviation at final plat for up to 10%. The lot sizes in the R1 zone are allowed to be 8,000 square feet, so a 10% reduction would be 7,200 square feet. So it was adding that condition based on the commission's recommendation. And I would stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Appreciate that. Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, was Valley View School District contacted on this? I assume it's in there,
All the school districts were contacted.
and nothing at all from them.
We did not have any responses from the school districts.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Register?
Yes, question. At the last meeting, we were told that there's a potential pretty big water problem. Do they want water?
They do want water. I would defer to engineering to address any questions about which water districts or areas have been affected
Well, I
by
was
that.
kind of reading through it. It said that the mains were to be extended, and then they gave a couple of streets. But I'm just going to say right now that until this water thing, I think the reason why I'm so hesitant is because nobody told us about the water problem for however long, months. So I think it needs to be rectified before we go build anything else. I'm just putting that out there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Allgood?
Yeah, Morgan, between 2006 and now, the required lot sizes have changed, and you just addressed that. So was this redrawn to consider the new lot sizes, or did it already fit?
So this is entirely brand new. So the subdivision that was designed in 2006 was Sienna Hills. It has expired. So everything that you see before you today was brand new, meets current code, current lot sizes, everything current.
That's what I was after. Thank you.
Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, could we hear from engineering to make sure they have the right zone? They're 100% positive it's the right zone, not the wrong zone, and that there is water available for them, and why they believe there's water available for this subdivision, but not for other subdivisions.
Very good. Mr. McDonald, you're the only one I see.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As we discussed in the meeting 2 weeks ago, there are water supply issues for Zone 4 specifically and Zone 3 for new development. And so there is a caveat in this staff report that says that they can proceed with their entitlements, but until the city has a couple more wells online or the right water supply, they will not be able to go to building permit or pull any building permits for houses. And so if a developer wants to prepare the lot, get the site ready, then they are able to move forward and do that. But there is a note in the staff report that clearly states that until there is additional supply to the system, that they'll have to hold off on connecting.
And have you met with this developer specifically to talk about that, and how did that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we met with this developer specifically on Friday, and we talked through all of that, so they're well aware of that.
Councilor,
Just want to follow, I'm guessing the developer's here and will acknowledge that he's aware, or she is aware. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for staff at this time? Yes, Councilor Williams?
Sorry, Rob, what zone is this?
This is Zone 4.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you so much. Okay, so that moves us into the applicant. So first on the list is Becky. So if you please come forward, and if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you will have up to 10 minutes to present your testimony.
All right, my name's Becky Izagiri, 1144 South Silverstone Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. All right, so good evening. I'm excited to introduce preliminary plat with the development agreement modification for Tuscan Ridge subdivision. The project is located on the southeast corner of Orchard in Indiana, with Lake Lowell being a half-mile west of the site. The property is surrounded by R1 single-family to the north and county residents to the east, south, and west. The property currently has 3 key features. The first is the Forest Canal running north-south through its center. The second is a City of Caldwell well lot in the northwest corner, and the third is 2 enclave parcels along Indiana Ave and the western boundary. We plan to reroute the Forest Canal to connect with the Deer Flat Canal just north of the property. We plan to maintain full access to the municipal well parcel in the northwest corner, and we plan to provide those enclave parcels with city services, or with hookups to city services. The property is in the City of Caldwell with a zoning designation of R1 with an existing development agreement. We are not requesting a zone change and will fully comply with the City of Caldwell's R1 requirements. We are requesting that the existing development agreement be amended to match the proposed project. The comprehensive plan and future land use map designate this area as low-density residential. The Tuscan Ridge subdivision, with a gross density of 2.7 dwelling units per acre, falls within the allowed maximum of 3 units per acre. Additionally, this development aligns and supports many of the goals set forth in the comprehensive plan, fully complying with its current guidelines. Tuscan Ridge subdivision has been designed as a low-density residential subdivision with a zoning designation of R1 and a gross residential density of 2.7 dwelling units per acre. The 78.5 acre development will include 212 single-family lots, 35 common lots, with a total of 16.27 acres or 20% open space, with 8.71 acres or 11% qualified open space. The minimum lot size is 7,929 square feet, with an average lot size of 8,848 square feet and a max of 15,563 square feet. Tuscan Ridge subdivision will be developed in 5 phases, each in full compliance with the R1 development requirements outlined in the City of Caldwell's comprehensive plan and city code. So here are the elevations for Tuscan Ridge subdivision. We are proposing 1- and 2-story homes. These homes will have multiple material types, porches, pop-outs, providing visual interest in the exteriors of each home. The interiors will blend with modern simplicity with comfortable rustic elements, creating functional and welcoming space. The Tuscan Ridge subdivision will include 16.27 acres of open space, representing 20% of the total area. Out of that, 9 acres or 11% will be designed as qualifying open space. The development will also feature a network of major and micro paths that will provide strong connectivity throughout the subdivision. There will be nearly a mile of pathways winding through the community. In addition to the open space, the development will include a central amenity with basketball and pickleball courts. Rather than being tucked away, the central feature will be prominently located along the main collector road, serving as a focal point for people as they enter the community. This development proposes to construct 17 new local roads with full access on both Orchard and Indiana. All new local streets will include curb, gutter, and a 5-foot attached sidewalk. Orchard Road will be widened to include a 20-foot landscape buffer, 8.5 parkway strip, a 7-foot attached sidewalk, and a new westbound left turn lane at the intersection of Indiana and Orchard. The Indiana improvements include a 20-foot landscape buffer, a 5-foot parkway strip, and a 7-foot attached sidewalk. We plan to construct a northbound right turn lane at Orchard Ave and a southbound left turn lane at the intersection of Indiana and Tuscan Ridge Drive, and a westbound right turn lane at the intersection of Smith and Indiana. The newly constructed half section of Smith will have a 20-foot landscape buffer, a 5-foot parkway, and a 7-foot attached sidewalk, and a 26-foot roadway width. All roadways will be built to the City of Caldwell's standards. The development will connect to an existing 12-inch water main on Indiana and Orchard with an additional connection to the 12-inch main line between the well location and Orchard. It will also connect to a sewer manhole approximately 2,800 feet east of Orchard and Indiana. The new pressurized irrigation pump station will be constructed, which will be supplied by the Forest Canal and a supplemental groundwater well. Stormwater management will include multiple retention facilities throughout the development with grass bottom surfaces, which are in accordance with the City of Caldwell's code. So as you can see, we've been thoughtful with our design, and we've made it a point to work with the neighbors and the city to develop a project that would work for the community. And we thank you so much for your time and hope we can make this project a part of the community.
Thank you so much, appreciate that.
Thanks.
Councilor Doty?
I just want to verify, you realize it could be up to 2 years before you get any water out there.
We are well aware and have discussed with the developer. Yes.
Councilor Register?
Just real quick, is there a builder, like a specific builder for this subdivision?
I am not here. I don't know, but the developer is here and he might be able to speak to that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions this time? Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Okay, the next person, so Jerry Lyle had signed up in favor but did not wish to speak, is that correct? Okay, I see a thumbs up, very good. So next on the list for in favor is Patricia. Is it Astor or Aston? Oh, you don't want to speak? Okay. And then last signed up is Brent Thompson. Did you wish to speak?
Good evening, Mr.
You
Mayor and
state your
council.
name and address for the record, then you have
Yes.
3 minutes.
Brent Thompson, 7068 Founder Street, Eagle, Idaho. Grateful to be here. Thank you for your time. I just want to speak in support of, because sometimes these meetings get quick and I don't have a chance to chat. Obviously, the water issue came up. That was a huge surprise for us, and I'm sure many others in the development community about the water supply. We've actively been working with engineering, trying to help the city actually find a solution to that. I met before the council last December when we had a Karcher Commons approved. We're now working on that large 120,000 square foot grocery store and some amazing things out there on Karcher Commons, on Karcher in Indiana. But we've also offered that as a potential well site, as well as this site if there's a need. The city already has a well on our property. Obviously city's property, excuse me, but within the boundaries of our property. I also have purchased the 90 acres adjacent to this site, the Tuckness property, after a long time visiting with the family. We originally brought the Karcher Commons property from the Tuckness family, and we just have a good relationship with them, but recently closed on that in August. And we've also made that property available for the city of Caldwell to consider for potential well services. So we've been proactively working with the city to help you solve the problem that caught us all by surprise. But we are aware of it. We appreciate the city's willingness to let us go through entitlements, get through construction drawings, and get through the development process. But we do understand the timing that's been discussed. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also just wanted to highlight a couple of quick things. Open space is a big deal to us. Like they mentioned, where we have 20% open space. We're going to have some nice active areas. Those micro paths are fantastic. We just paved a project in Eagle on Palmer and Floating Feather, where I'm developing 310 lots on 90 acres. This is actually patterned after that project, very similar home types. As far as the builders that are going to be there, we haven't negotiated with any builders yet, other than the builders that are building in Eagle actually have shown strong interest in coming out to this project. We spend a lot of extra money on landscaping and go beyond the city's minimum requirements. But I'd like to invite council to take a look at that as well. We also had our other project, Soterra, on the consent agenda today for final plat. We just finished paving those lots. We really want to be a friend of the city and work with the city and continue to do projects in the city of high quality.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Okay, and that is all signed up on this item. There's nobody signed up in neutral or in opposition, so no need for rebuttal testimony in that regards. So with that, I'd stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
It's a motion from Councilor Alga and a second from Councilor Doty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. So with that, it turns this into the council's hands for your discussion. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and again, for your discussion and any motions you may have. Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, I asked you 3 times to have a discussion item on the agenda regarding the water situation, and it's not on the agenda. I understand that on the 18th, we're prepared to hear follow-up information on the water situation. I like this project. I like what's going on here, but I would suggest we wait till after the 18th to vote on this. Otherwise, today I would have to vote no.
Okay, any other discussion, Councilor Register?
Yes, I agree with Councilor Williams. I think that the city needs to start doing things in order. We can't keep doing things backwards. And contrary to popular opinion, I'm not against growth, but I am pro-responsible growth. And I do not think it's responsible to approve a development in the middle of what could be a water crisis, no matter what kind of agreements are in place, and before that meeting on the 18th.
Any other, Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, I can do a motion to postpone this to a date certain of, what's our first council meeting past the 18th? What date?
December 4th?
Is it
that
December
correct,
4th?
Debbie? Yeah.
So I'd make a motion that we approve delaying or postponing this request until the date certain of December 4th, 2024.
Okay, so that's a motion for continuation of this item to a date certain, which would be December 4th.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Sorry, Planning and Zoning, Morgan, I just wanted to clarify the date because Monday would be the 2nd,
Oh.
not the 4th.
Second. Okay, I'll modify.
That's your one error for the year that you're allowed, Debbie. So she only gets one a year. So there, she almost made it to the end
We
of the
can
year.
show up
so.
a couple days. All right, I'll amend my motion to December 2nd,
You're good. You
2024.
amenable to that, I'm guessing? Okay, so that is a motion to continue this item to a date certain of December 2nd, 2024 here in these chambers. So we have a motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Williams. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes. So this will be continued again. Public hearing has been closed for, or public testimony has been closed for this item. So we'll not take any new public testimony, but obviously staff will be able to provide some updates and information in that regards. And we'll take it up at that time. So that'll be at December 2nd, 2024. So that moves us into our next item. If I can get to. Okay, so that would move us into new business item number 2. This is another quasi-judicial hearing. This is for case number DEV 24-5. And I see Katie getting up, so you'll be presenting on that. So if you could have staff presentation, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you is development agreement modification for West Haven Planned Unit Development, DEV 2405. There was a late exhibit that you all should have a copy of. It was a public comment from Tiffany Bartlett. The project location is 37.68 acres located on the southwest corner of Karcher and Florida Avenue with frontage along both Florida and Karcher. The application before you tonight is for a development agreement modification to no longer be limited to 55 and older community for this development. They're not proposing any other changes to the original approval. There are 9 developments within a 1-mile radius of the subject site that are either actively under construction or have been approved for entitlements. These are the different schools within approximately a 1-mile radius of the site. In 2005, this site was annexed into the city, and in 2023, West Haven Planned Unit Development with a preliminary plat was approved. This development was associated with DA 2308, which is the one they're requesting for modification. This development has 215 townhomes and 11.52 acres of commercial with a special use permit that has been approved to allow for an assisted living facility within the C2 zone. The proposed development agreement modification is to change the language as follows. Concept site plan. The concept site plan, Exhibit C, represents the owner's current concept for a completion of the project as a 55-plus mixed-use community. However, as the concept site plan evolves based on market demands and other economic conditions, the city understands and agrees that the owner may make certain changes in that concept, reducing or eliminating the 55-plus units may occur. If the city determines that any such changes require additional public comment due to potential impacts on the surrounding property or the community, a public hearing shall be held on any proposed changes in the concept plan, and notice shall be provided as may be required by the city. The owner understands and agrees that any changes or modifications to the site plan must be submitted to the city to review and approval prior to development. All other modifications in the development agreement would just be housekeeping items to remain consistent with this proposal. Caldwell City Code does not address age restrictions on developments, making this modification in compliance with the code. The Caldwell 2040 Comprehensive Plan does not address age restrictions on developments, making this modification compatible with the comprehensive plan. And the development, as approved, has elevations and amenities that would suit a multi-age development. Public agencies were not required to be notified, and staff did receive one public comment as the late exhibit I mentioned earlier from Tiffany Bartlett in opposition of the DA mod due to this project originally being reviewed and approved as a 55-plus community. The only specific condition for this application is that this application is subject to all previous conditions approved with applications AMD 2204, CPM 2205, ZON 2208, PUD 2207, SUB 2227, and SUP 2219. Staff recommends that if council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And just to reiterate, this modification is not to change the density, the housing types, or the plat itself. This application is only proposing the development no longer be restricted to 55 and older. And I stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Katie. Appreciate that. Any questions from council at this time? Councilor Williams?
What zone is this in, Rob? 3. Thank you.
Councilor Register?
Hello. I'm going to have a bunch of comments, I think, later during discussion, but I have a couple of things I want to clear up. When they came here before, I think it was on September 5th of 2020, 3, I believe. But when they came here before to request the development, and they said it was going to be 55 and older, at that time, that area was in R1, right?
Mayor and Counselor, I do have that answer. Please hold.
I believe it was, but I want to confirm because now I can't find it in the notes. Oh, well, let me turn the page. Actually, it does say here, there was a discussion about noting that the comprehensive plan amendment with the removal of R1 designation for the parcel. Let me see. And it does say the applicant is requesting a rezone from R1 to a split zone of C2 on the northern portion and R2 medium density on the southern portion. So initially it was an R1 and now it's a...
Mayor and Counselor, that is correct.
Okay, so it's a split of a C2, which is commercial, and a medium density in the southern part.
Yes,
right?
Mayor and Counselor, looking at the plat right here, the 2 parcels up to the north are the ones that are within the C2,
So
and
if
the remainder is R2.
Okay, so if the 55 and older condition comes off, does it go back to an R1?
No, Mayor and Counselor, everything about the project would stay the same. All of the entitlements would stay the same. They're just requesting to modify the DA to remove the 55 and older.
Okay, so if they then, now that they've had the zone changed, the first time that they came with this 55 and older condition, if they wanted to now put up an apartment building there, they're in the right zone. They'd still have to get it approved, but they have the right zone.
Mayor and Counselor, they would not, multifamily right now is not approved within, it's not an approved use in any of the zones. They would have to come back and request that be changed. They wouldn't even be able to request an SUP within the R2.
Okay,
It's just
but
not
the
permitted.
R2 allows for,
I think,
what difference between that and the R1, which is single-family homes?
yes, Mayor and Counselor, it does allow a few different plex building options.
Like duplexes?
Yes, that is
So-
correct, but they would have to still, so since there's a DA on this site, it does limit them to what they have already been approved for, so they would have to come back either way if they were to do that.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm going to have some comments after we finish here, but I have quite a few concerns about the change. Because I have the minute meetings here from when they were here before, and all of the concerns from council were answered. The answer was, well, it's a 55 and older community, so it'll be fine. So with the water issue and other stuff, I don't think it's fine, but we'll wait and see what the presentation is.
Okay, Counselor Allgood.
Thank you, Katie. I kind of share some similar thoughts as Councilor Register. When this was presented the first time, it was pretty exciting because this is something that's kind of new to Caldwell, kind of a niche we appreciated. And it's higher density than we like out there, but because of its unique characteristic, we were pretty excited about it. However, changing that takes away that unique characteristic that kind of pushed this over the limit to begin with. And so I share some of Councilor Register's concerns with that, and we'll hear from the developer. But I just, the density would not change with this change we would make, correct?
Mayor and Counselor, no, it would not. Everything about the project would stay the same besides that one thing of it being restricted to 55 and older.
Thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the thing that bothers me all the time is when they put in here market demands. So what does that mean? I mean, could it be a commercial organization, a business instead of the 55 plus, or what does it mean?
Mayor and Counselor, I will let the applicant touch on that a little bit more, but based on my back and forth with them a little bit in discussion on why they were wanting to do this, really they're just concerned that maybe there's not a market for it. If they're planning on, based on what we talked about, still marketing it as a 55 and older, they just are worried that if there's not that demand, they want the ability to potentially change it from that. So that's why they wanted that kind of wording changed in the development agreement.
Yeah, the problem with that is in the past, again, planning and doing is two different things, and we've been caught short with those particular items on market demand, so I've got a big problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Register, another question?
I know I said I was going to reserve my comments, but I feel like it's necessary because we got an email today with some comments on it, and it says in there that it feels like it's a bait and switch, and honestly, that's what it feels like. I don't know why a year ago they thought the market was there for a 55 and older community, and now that they have the zone changes, all of a sudden there's not a market for it. And we had an incident, when we first started on council, we had a development come to us and they basically didn't know anything about the city, and the way that they presented it was insulting. And honestly, this is almost insulting to me, that they're gonna come back now after. I remember this presentation. I remember the guy that did the presentation. He was engaging, he was charming, he was very knowledgeable, he was funny. He was actually, I think he was a city councilor wherever it was that he lived. And every question that we had, every single concern that we had was answered with, this is a 55 and older community. There was a question from Councilor Allgood, to make sure that the entire parcel was going to be 55 and older, to which they told us yes. There was a question from Councilor Williams that wanted to make sure that these amendments and the setbacks that we were giving was going to fit the comp plan when it removed the R1, which was answered with yes, because it was a 55 and older. Councilor Stodic talked about traffic congestion. We were told it was okay, and it says here that the developer confirmed that since this is a 55-plus housing development, the traffic impact would have less traffic impact for the area. We also asked about the schools. He reported that after the conversations with Valleyville School District, the project changed to a 55 and older project. We talked about parking requirements. He said that the commercial buildings were actually going to serve the 55 and older community, and I remember that because we were excited about that. We thought that was kind of cool that they were going to have amenities for senior residents in the commercial, which I'm going to guess now could possibly change if the original intent changes, right? They even talked about putting a gated community in there, which we, if you remember, like we had that whole conversation about how to do that and how to make that work. And then again, they said that the commercial development would complement the 55 and older development. And again, Councilor Stodic brought up the traffic congestion, and again, it was answered by, well, it's a 55 and older community. So now we're coming back and saying, well, maybe there's not a market for it. So the whole thing changes. So it's not just the 55 and older, but probably the commercial, and we don't have any water. So I'm a no.
Okay, any other questions for staff this time? Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
Katie.
you.
Appreciate that. So I'm gonna go through some of these names. We did not have anybody sign up in favor. We did not have anybody sign up in opposition, but we had several people sign up in neutral. So I just want to check and verify if maybe it just got listed in neutral or people meant to be on the other. So do we have the applicant here? We'll start with that. Okay, and what was your name?
Brandon Bernard. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, so do you mind, so we have I'm guessing you're in favor. So if you don't mind, we do have that sheet over here, so if you could sign that sheet and get your address on there. So while you're doing that, I'm just gonna go through these other names just to verify that they're on the right sheet. So you don't need to come forward, but if I do say your name, Richard Snyder, you signed up in neutral, is that correct? Okay, and then Jack White, also in neutral. And David Flesher, I believe, in neutral. Okay. And then Spencer, I think Rice, in neutral as well.
I'm actually in opposition, I want to make a comment.
Okay, yeah, and you'll be able to, I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same, so that would be in opposition. Like that. And then, I've seen this name before and I apologize, is it Yosef Bota? And are you in neutral or? Opposition as well? And then last was Kim Burton. And then are you in neutral or?
I'm wavering.
You're wavering, okay. So we'll just leave you on that one, and then obviously you can, when you come and speak, you can do that. I just wanted to kind of clarify on those. Okay, very good. Appreciate that. So we've got you now, Brandon?
Yes.
So if you'll please state your name and address for the record, and then you will be allowed up to 10 minutes for your testimony.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, Brandon Bernard, 111308 East 228 PRSC, Kennewick, Washington. I just like to thank everyone to allow me the time to come and chat tonight. I just want to get a little background on this development. I'm with the Rayburn Group. We've been employed to come help with it just recently. I didn't understand the background until now. I'm very aware of it now, but I will still proceed with what the applicant is wanting to do. So essentially, the issue that the applicant is having is that they are concerned that if they do the entire project in 55 and older, there is not a current market for it. There's been an ownership change within the entity that owns the land, and so the new owners are concerned that there may not be a full market for this. And the reason being, we'll get to, but basically, it comes down to the, we'll just go straight to it here. The demographics that are moving to Caldwell are younger folks from out of the state, from in the state. And so the concern is that there is not a big enough market to handle the entire development as 55 and older. The current owner isn't opposed to continuing with a portion of it being 55 and older. Their concern is getting to a point and being stuck, and that's the only problem with it is getting stuck, mainly because of the current demographics within the city and who's coming here now. So that's really the gist of why the developer's wanting to take this from being just 55 and older and changing it to having the ability to change to a normal development, not have that restriction.
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Questions? Any questions from council? Hold on one second. See if there's any. Doesn't. Oh, Councilor Register.
Just, you said that the ownership changed?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's still owned by North 44 Idaho, just the folks inside of North 44 Idaho. Not everyone is in there anymore.
So the guy that was here before, he's not there anymore?
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other
Any other questions?
You're good. Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have a number of people signed up in neutral. Richard Snyder. So if you will please come forward. And if you just state your name and address for the record, then you'll have up to 3 minutes for your testimony. And it'll be right up there on the clock if you're curious.
Yes, sir.
So,
Richard Snyder, 13622 Coulter Road, Caldwell, Idaho. And our biggest concern is the traffic volume coming in off of Georgia. The road is not near big enough for that amount coming off and on. And also, we are backed right up to that subdivision. And we are excited also about 55 and older because of it wouldn't impact the traffic. And before, Caldwell said, well, we don't have the money for another school, so that's why it needs to go 55 and older. And then also, what you mentioned, the water. We have 2 wells on that properties, community wells. And we didn't want that impacted by them drilling a well for irrigation, whatever. And so our biggest concern is the traffic, because our subdivision is not set up. Just the other 2 putting on the end and then back of us has overwhelmed us already. People coming down through there and, you know, children playing in that. So that's our biggest concern is the traffic, weather, and also trying to change, if they wanted to change Karcher, where Florida comes into Karcher, you have to make a right turn and then turn around and come back. That was one of the proposals. But thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate that. Next is Jack White. Jack, you had indicated not to testify, is that correct? Just that you're in the, okay. Next is David Flesher, indicated you did want to speak, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So kind of same, if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
David Flesher, 13586 Coulter Road, Caldwell, Idaho. And then I'm also a board member of the Karcher Ranchettes Water Corporation, who we do operate, we're a nonprofit water corp that provides the potable and irrigation water for the Karcher Ranchettes subdivision, which is the development that's in the county, of course, outside of the city. As Rick had mentioned, the South Georgia, it shows on our plat, and then when the subdivision, the Sienna Hills went in, they built half of that road, but it's essentially only half a road from there out to Cirrus, I guess, is the one that connects Florida from Indiana. Speaking from the water board, we do have a water line that runs along the north edge of our property. There is a 10-foot utility easement that backs all of the properties that this development also abuts up against. There's also a irrigation drainage ditch that the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District owns. Currently, at the corner of Georgia and it'd be this southwest corner of this development, the northwest corner of Karcher Ranchette subdivision, there is a turnout, a concrete box, and then there's a pipe that heads off to the east. And it's an open ditch all the way along the south edge of their property and the north edge of, I believe there's 9 homeowners, I am one. The property line runs, the ditch, again, it was a farm field. So the property line is basically right at the north edge of that ditch. And we had approached the folks that had been developing this initially, or the people that were involved, and had talked to them about wanting to work in conjunction with them to, work with the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, and as they're doing their landscape and design, that we work together to come up with basically pipe that drainage ditch so that we don't end up with a nightmare 10-foot swath open ditch behind their fence that can't be maintained. And so we're neutral. We just, we wanted to make sure with the change of ownership, with the change of developer, that we wanted to make sure we want to work with them to make sure whatever the city decides, we want that to end up, basically maintainable so that it's a win-win for whatever is developed there and ourselves. And appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. Kim Burton, I'll have you go next. And if you could just state your name and address for the record as well, and you'll have up to 3 minutes for your testimony.
Okay. My name's Kim Burton. Our address is 13734 Coulter Road. I'm in Caldwell. Our property is on the very corner of the proposed development. They actually have a road that's going to go around our property. We're concerned because when they told us that they were going to have a 55-plus community, they told us that they didn't need all the parking that a regular development would need. And since our road, or our property is right there next to, I think it's Cirrus Road, they have an awful lot of properties in that subdivision, but I don't see any public parking spaces. And I really don't want the whole side of our property and possibly other roads that are there filled up with the parking that should be that community's property.
Very good, thank you so much.
have a
Appreciate you.
Or actually,
Yeah.
a question for planning and zoning, I guess. Was there a parking exception for this?
You can sit down, Kim, if you like. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Mayor and Councilor, there was somewhat of an exception with the PUD requirement for the additional lots, one for every 4 lot under, I want to say 45 feet width. They were allowed to do some of their on-street parking within the subdivision. They included a map in their original entitlements that showed some of those spots that they would have.
But I guess I just want to make sure, were they given an exception because it was a 55 and older community?
Mayor and Councilor, no, every unit did have adequate parking.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 more to speak. Spencer Rice, and if you could state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes for your testimony as well.
Spencer Rice, and I live at 15809 Bear Track Lane, which is directly opposite the proposed development on Florida. I've lived in Caldwell for about 3 years now. My concern is the traffic, and I drive Florida and Highway 55 every day, and the intersection of Highway 55 in Florida is a fatal accident waiting to happen. It's real simple. There's a light at Indiana, and there's a light at Lake, and people treat that as the Bonneville Salt Flats going in between the 2 intersections. It's dangerous as it is right now, getting out there without a light, and many times I turn left and go down to Cirrus, go up to Indiana to get the light, or I go out to work it and go the other way. It's a fatal accident waiting to happen, and if you add more traffic there, it's going to happen. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here. Iosif, and please correct me on the pronunciation of that, if you'll please come forward. I recognize your handwriting on here from last year. So if you could please just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well for your testimony.
Sure, my name is Yosef Boda. I live in Siena Hills, 15303 Roca Avenue. And I'm here in opposition of the change. One is because I don't have anything against 55 and over, or even assisted living, or even the commercial. The fact, if you change it, we don't know what it's going to be changed to, and then the impact on schools if you change it and you modify it. Second, I live in Siena Hills. Actually, I can't speak for the board. I'm a board member for Siena Hills. Average age in Siena Hills is 60. So a lot of people that are moving here from different places are 60, especially in that neighborhood, 60 and over. Probably 10 to 15% of families are probably like 40s or a little bit less with kids. So, and as you stated, the traffic, a lot of people coming through our subdivision, and if you put another one in front of it, there's no light at Florida, so they come in and they take serious. They drive 50 miles an hour to get to Indiana, and then to catch that light, and therefore, like I said, I have no qualms or anything. I'm not against the 55 and over. I think that's needed. I know a lot of friends of mine that when they moved here, they moved to Boise, Eagle, and that's what they were looking for, 55 and over. And it's pretty popular, like even Eagle and Meridian. So I think there is a need for it. And I think the commercial, as Council Diana said, is like they were going to assist those people that live in the 55 and over in assisted living, so service. So I'm in a position of change it. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here and taking the time. So that is everyone that's signed up to speak. Mr. Bernard, you do have the opportunity for rebuttal testimony if you would like. No? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion from council to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
And So a motion from Counselor Doty, a second from Counselor Static. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So with that, it turns us over to council for your discussion, any motions or any questions you may have for staff.
I have a question for staff.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Allgood.
I understand the developer's plight here. For planning and zoning, can they come back and split this property, say half be R1 and then half be what we've approved or anything like that in a new plan? Or how does that work?
Mayor and Councilor, if they were to want to essentially rezone it to R1, they would have to come back in front of you guys and the P&Z Commission. If they were to do anything to change what has already been approved, they would have to come back.
Okay, so at this point, it's an all or nothing.
Mayor and Councilor, essentially that is correct. I believe if you were to want to modify how they're wording the development agreement modification, you could propose that as well. But otherwise, kind of.
Thank you.
Counselor Denver.
So I'm getting somewhere with this maybe, but this project was already approved previously, correct?
Mayor and Councilor, yes, that is correct.
And so if they just said, we're going to stay with the 55, they could go ahead and start building today?
That is correct. The West Haven final plat has been approved.
Okay, and so this whole subdivision was approved based upon the requirements of P&Z and the zoning requirements, had nothing to do with 55 or older, is that correct? No special consideration was given for 55 and older based upon the law?
Mayor and Councilor, the code and comp plan do not call out any age restrictions, so staff couldn't determine that per se. It was advertised as 55 and older, and it was mentioned in the development agreement that it'd be 55 and older, but staff didn't make any special exceptions or anything for it.
So if they developed all 200 houses or living units in here, and they sold it to somebody who was 35 years old and not 55, does the city have a mechanism to go in and seize the property or close down the development?
I see all eyes on you, Robin. They're both looking your way. Or maybe we look at Taylor.
And Mayor and Councilor Dittenberg, the only recourse the city would have would be to say that they're not in compliance with their development agreement. Because their development agreement does specify that it was for a 55-plus community. And with that development agreement, if they're not in compliance, you can terminate a development agreement, which would then make them lose their land use entitlements. Now, I don't know what the recourse is if, I guess I'd have to defer to legal counsel on if they built these, like you said, and it wasn't 55 plus. I don't know how we would, I don't know if there's a mechanism for us to even check to see if it is 55 plus or not, unless somebody turned them in, to be honest with you, because there was nothing set up in the development agreement to verify that they're doing that. But it was advertised that way, and it was put in the development agreement, so it was legal counsel's recommendation that we bring it back to council to make sure that the public was not misled and they have the ability to speak again about the 55 plus component only. So again, like, we can't, we would not be able today to deny this modification based on traffic or water or anything else, because that's not the item that's before council today. They already have entitlements. It would simply be if we are not okay with them building these houses for just open to whatever age group, and we wanted to keep them to the 55 plus. And the only reason we were allowed to do that at the time, like Katie said, there's really nothing in our code. At the time, it was a rezone. So they were asking for an up zone, and therefore we could put that since they presented it that way, we did put it in the development agreement that way because the council liked the idea of the 55 plus, so it was put in the development agreement. Does that help answer your question partly, I guess?
Partly. Okay, Councilor Register?
Well, I just want to sort of, I have more to say, but I kind of want to jump on that. I think it's important also to remember, though, that we went from an R1 to an R2 with a commercial based on the 55 and older thing. So even if there's not a mechanism to check, we were still told that's what was going to happen, which is why I think a lot of us were okay with changing the zone. So I agree with the speakers. We don't know what's going to come. I think what I would have rather seen with this is an entirely new presentation and not just like Councilor Allgood said, an all or nothing. It probably would have gone a lot farther, for me at least, if they had come in and said, this is what we want to do, so we're concerned about the market, we're going to ask that 75% stay 55 and older, and then open 25% up to single-family homes or whatever it was. I feel like this was kind of a lazy way to go about taking a condition off that the council had already put on there and made significant changes in zoning based on what we were told. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny this request for case number DEV 2400005.
Very good. So we have a motion for denial of application DEV 24-5. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we had a motion from Councilor Register and a couple of seconds. Councilor Stoddard with a second on that. So again, this motion is for denial of the requested development agreement amendment to remove the 55 plus age requirement on this subdivision. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, so with that, voting is open. And again, so a yes vote means that you are in favor of denying the request. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed. And that motion does pass unanimously, so that request is denied at this time. So that would stand for a motion to close this public hearing item. In a second, all those in favor say aye. Very good, so that moves us into number 3. However, before we take that up, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back here at 7:45. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get our meeting back in order at this time. So we are into our new business, item number 3. This is a legislative matter for the Caldwell Event Center District Sub-Area Plan. I know they've been working on this for quite some time now. Appreciate all of the work and effort that our planning and zoning department's been putting into this and looking at this. Again, this looks at the entire Caldwell Event Center area. In that regards, I believe that we're going to begin with, and I apologize, I do not remember your name. With
Steve Sigler with
Steve Sigler
Logan Simpson.
to make that presentation on behalf of staff. So we'll turn that over to you at this time.
Okay, thank you. Again, Steve Sigler with Logan Simpson. We are a community planning and design firm in Fort Collins, Colorado. And our address there is 213 North Linden Street. So wanted to thank you just for the opportunity to work with Morgan and Robin and Stephen and some other areas. We've already presented one time to Planning and Zoning Commission on this and heard some feedback, but basically we were contracted with the city to develop an event center district that really looked at what is existing within the district and then what some proposed amenities that we could include and upgrade and still keep within the character of Caldwell and the districts themselves. So we basically broke this larger plan into, we're really condensing this into what we're presenting tonight, but 5 different areas within this draft plan. And that really looks at what the background is, what happens on site, and then what we've heard from the constituents on the site, existing context surrounding what happens with the college, with the county fair and the rodeo, and Simplot Stadium, Wolf Field, and some of the other existing uses on site. And then we took those and then are looking at really creating what this is overall as a master plan. And so for the master plan, it's how we make these things all work together to the best of their abilities and what the uses are on site. So where we are now, we're at the end. We started in May. We had 3 different public engagement opportunities where we had a workshop. We came here and talked with 2 different groups on 2 different days, and then we conducted some surveys and public outreach, talked with stakeholders for their additional input on uses, and then we've worked through opportunities, analysis, visioning, and then some draft ideas on concepts and how those would work. Through the engagement process, like I said, we had the 2 one-on-one, the workshops with 20 individuals approximately in each one of those. Then we put up online questionnaires, testing some of those different ideas that we were presented, and then worked through those as far as what the engagement and comments back were. Phase 3 was to, again, present to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which we also got some more engagement on helping to improve some of the missing links in the plan. And so, this skips pretty quick here. So this is my one error in the whole processing in today, just like, geez. Yes, please.
It's a little touchy, I think.
It went forward no matter which way I pushed the buttons here. Okay, so some of the key themes were, we needed to know what is Caldwell and keep within, the character and the feel of Caldwell, but already elevating what is done there on the site. And so that really took into account what the uses were there. We also wanted to create connectability, walkability, and really refine what happens as far as the circulation and how people get there and how they are able to be able to navigate through the site. And we also wanted to create a mix of uses. Some of the uses that we would present in some of these different plans are amenities that will help to create a more use throughout the day and throughout the extension throughout the year itself. So more indoor and outdoor recreation and sports facilities, and then, like I said, year-round activation of the site. So within the questionnaire, we had quite a few responses, around 1,300, And we developed, based on those concepts and some of the stakeholder engagement, we developed 3 different concepts which were themed around, number 1 was sports themed, number 2 was an amphitheater theme, and number 3 was a garden or winery theme. And the feedback on those was very supportive in most. It was a little more polarized around the amphitheater theme. There was some very much in support and some very much not in support. And then some of the character issues of what that really meant for Caldwell lended to move forward with the 2 concepts and leaving the amphitheater behind. So within the plans, we're really looking at coming out and identifying what the actions, what strategies in particular, some of the theming, and then what the overall vision was. And so that, basically the draft plan will break down these areas in particular. And the main vision was really to add those additional amenities that we're looking at that were appropriate, that were Caldwell specific in character, including opportunities for art in the area, and that can become in many different forms, which we'll show later on. Educational components, upgrading some of the amenities that are already there with O'Connor Fieldhouse and the services that provides, and then unifying these with a connectability plan. So it's walking, it's off-site possibilities for Uber or Lyft connections, and a bus stop as well. Some of the themes were really on how we activate this during all times of the season, but also throughout the day. And so looking at what different amenities are layered in and how people can activate and walk through the site. And then a cohesive and memorable district. So some of the tying together, I mean, there are already existing uses of the fair, the rodeo, and both the college uses for stadiums. So strategies really were to layer in some of these recreational opportunities that we're looking at. The city really had a use for, right now, there's 3 softball fields, smaller fields that the recreational department really needed to upgrade those amenities. There's not enough provision for them right now. And their existing uses, they are separated by Stock Trail Road. It winds between the fields. And so the efficiency of space and circulation is not there. So strategy 2 and 3 is kind of to follow along with that. And so, again, it layers in with walking and connectability, and how we get people to the site other than just more parking, more driving, and surface area parking. And then making it cohesive and memorable. The art, again, layers of how we identify it, how you do signage and wayfinding. Some of the overall amenities can be overhead structures that are artistic in nature, or the use of materials. And so with that, we landed on the preferred concept, which is, this is an aerial view of showing a realignment of Stock Trail Road to, instead of winding in between the fields, this would be able to create a core within the fields, which provides a ability to use these for tournaments. So you have an all-day use of concessions and restrooms, which is central in between all of the 3 fields. And then some additional amenities that would be off of the ends. You can see, we'll flip through them in a little bit here, but some more of the plan view stuff is just to be able to show we're layering in playgrounds, some splash pad at the end that lends itself to, a family use, a day use for if you're there for a tournament. Younger kids can be doing other things while the games are going on. And then again, like I said, the overhead shade structures and the core area for restrooms and concession areas. You'll see the alignment of Stock Trail Road going along the north, adjacent to the railroad tracks, which gives us an efficiency in parking, be able to park the north side of that as well. And there, for longer spaces, that could be used more for the rodeo and fair, kind of longer trailers and truck parking. And on the south side, we are showing just, there's private development already there. We're showing some uses that if the private development chose to redevelop at their own pace, they could tie in what this sports theming is. It would be up to the private development themselves, though. We're also proposing pushing redeveloping O'Connor Fieldhouse, which we, in our site visits, stakeholder engagement. The overall arching theme is that this is a real money revenue and generating operation for the whole entire site, and it's getting dated and it's undersized as to the use. And so we're proposing that that then becomes more, it can be developed on the street side, a new facility while the old facility is still existing, and then we would repurpose where it is now for parking. It can be surface parking, or should the hotel site be developed, this could also be a site that then layers in the thoughts of it could be a parking structure, which would be more efficient in space for parking. So we looked at just being able to show some of the overall thoughts and how the amenities would layer in and tie in together, both on the city's property through the development of these fields, and then some of the tie-ins with the playground, open multi-purpose fields, the splash pad at the top, and then some shade structures that also take into account. Caldwell has really looked at, with the Indian Creek developments, to embracing the waterways that are a part of amenity and walkways that go through it. So we are proposing that here as well, that we look at the drainage way as an amenity. One other concept that could happen is with these fields as they're developed and it's sports centric, should the private development areas choose to embrace that as well, we could possibly propose a tie-in with a bridge over the drainage, and incorporating some art, which we're showing here as well. But really, we could also, with the drainage way, it's right now it's invaded with a lot of invasive species, and so trying to take that and tie it in and get the environmental thoughts of how that could be embraced. Layering in the splash pad and then some of the artwork that we're thinking could be possibility as well, our surface treatments of paving, and just this whole core that's at the end of the ball fields as a multi-age use ability for days. So pedestrian circulation, right now it's very unintuitive. There is a walkway that leads kind of along the alignment of Stock Trail Road. We're proposing several different treatments of what the pedestrian amenities would be. Number one is along Blaine Street, that we would have separation from the street with a landscape treatment, which would be a tree lawn, trees, sidewalks, designated sidewalks themselves. And then so that treatment is the dark black line that you're seeing. And then so north and south connections that would push up to Stock Trail Road and then back south to Blaine again. And then the red one would be a connection between the fairgrounds themselves, and if there's a possibility for development of the hotel site, that would then become a core between the rodeo, the fairgrounds, and the hotel as a pedestrian access. Thank you. Some of the thoughts on how we looked at those to be specific, it's really the size of whether it's a walkway or whether it's a trail. And so the trail walkway would be along Blaine, which is the upper right-hand section. How we would look at the Wilson Drainage Walk is more of a trail, so bikes, dog walking, people running. That one's a little bit wider of a trail profile, but how that would fit within adjacencies to the drainage way. And then that core pedestrian spine that would run along the edge of Simplot Stadium and to the hotel. One more back if you could, thank you. So then the next overlay, we're really looking at what art opportunities would mean and where they would go. And we're looking at different ideas for signage as art. There could be monument signs, there can be sculptures, overhead structures themselves can be art, and then how they would fit and provide signage and wayfinding in this overall compatibility and comprehensive site. So these were some of the things that we were looking at that could be possibilities with whether it's artwork that's vertical or signage or specific structures and overhead. So right now, the preferred plan really fits what the city's needs are as far as a sports complex. There's not additional land within the city's vocabulary right now to be able to develop a sports complex for the ball fields in particular. So that is why you're seeing that as a preferred plan. However, we did not want to really just tie this down as to one idea to that. So should additional land become available for the city to develop the sports complex somewhere else. An additional compatible land use would really to look at this as an option for more revenue generating. So this corner of the site just adjacent to Wolf Field, you'll see there's a larger structure there, and what we're considering that would be kind of this upscale brewery, winery. It's a year-long draw that would then have this series of gardens and open space, multipurpose fields. Could be used for events, smaller events, not an amphitheater kind of style, but public events, and then this could be a public opportunity for public-private partnership of revenue generation. And again, south of that, we would just look at options should the private land choose to look at something else that they could do to tie in with it. Just an enlargement of the garden concept. And then what we're really just kind of emphasizing, just as a summary, were the key criteria, the linkages, and how this context fits to the adjacent properties, the college, railroad tracks to the north. There's a parking lot additionally the city owns to the north. Can we tie in linkage to that with an overpass over the railroad, an underpass underneath? Big picture, big dollar kind of concepts, but they're things that you need to think about at a master plan level on how this can tie in. So. And then how we can do it as revenue producing anchors and catalyst site development, which key ones would happen first in specific areas. And then the implementation plan is the final chapters within the draft plan themselves, and then there are specific actions, recommendations, and strategies, how the city can get to a series, what should happen in order, and to be able to make this plan successfully implemented. And with that, just a summary of what we heard for the draft plan and what the support was for, what the concerns were that were addressed, and then some other ideas as well. So next steps, just where we are, we heard from planning and zoning, implemented the art overlays within how we thought those would fit within the plan, and then where we are today with the city council hearing. So. With that, I would open it up. Thank you very much, and open it up for any questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Councilor Doty.
Just a few comments, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if anyone in here can answer it, but I use Stock Trail quite a bit to avoid, the massive traffic that we hear about in town. And I've got to be honest, I have never seen a softball game going on at any of those fields. So I'm just wondering, do we have anything scheduled through Parks and Rec, or they must be out there at midnight? Because clearly I'm in bed by then, but in several years I've never seen anything. So my suggestion would be clearly moving Stock Trail Road. I'm in favor of that, maybe some of the other amenities, but I think the softball fields we're approaching to build, a new 7-acre and 9-acre city parks to be in conjunction with the federal government, that we do a quadplex out in one of those city parks somewhere with a concession stand and make it more attractive to those that still play that sport. Because again, those fields are never used. Going into a college baseball stadium to play the one championship game and firing that entire stadium up and having to put in portable fences and possibly cutting in the turf for 60-foot bases. I know just a little bit about softball, you can't tell. So it's just not feasible to me to take up all that ground. And if the fair needs to extend that way with the softball fields there, you're always having concerns with them and what all the animals do or what the fair and the rides do. So I'm not completely opposed to that because I think there are a few things in there, especially moving Stock Trail Road. But just to occupy all that land with these softball fields that I never see anyone play on is a big concern to me. So I guess upon approval of this tonight, one, we don't have any money to do all of this stuff, but I would guess that each activity or item or art would all have to come back in front of council, meaning I wouldn't want to stall the entire idea based off of because I want the softball fields moved. However, I would like before anything's done that it would come back to council for approval versus saying, yep, this is approved and go forth and conquer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, I guess, depends on, the flavor of council, but I mean, that's obviously a big part of it. So if the majority of council agreed with you on that, then they'd want to have there'd probably need to be some time to reevaluate that and look at it, I would imagine. Council Register?
I have a lot of questions. Maybe Counselor Stoddard should go first. I'm still writing.
He didn't have his light on, but we
I
had
figured
actually,
he
I had
did. I'm
Counselor
sorry.
Allgood as the next.
I'm sorry.
Next one in line, so we'll move down there. So Counselor Allgood?
Okay, yeah, so I was on the committee, the task force that worked on this, and this was all kicked off because we were considering an amphitheater in that area. And I was excited about the amphitheater because it was private money coming in, helping us develop this area. And so I agree with Councilor Doty. I don't think softball fields are the right choice, but I would like to build something or do something that, as you say in your report, is a catalyst to bring in private partnerships that would help us build this without it being 100% taxpayer dollars. Do you have any thoughts on how we could bring that private money in to help us make this more feasible?
I mean, there are definitely specific things that would be, a use that would need to be studied by developers themselves. Further background information on the amphitheater, we did meet with the private developer, we did discuss with them, and they had looked at it soundly for the size that they needed, for the money that needed to be generated for revenue, and then the actual existing conditions on how they could provide this upgraded facility for that investment. There were some hard, conditions that weren't quite there yet in the train, and sound from the train, not being able to control when that would be in conflict with their very high scale amenity was a concern. And so they thought, after looking through all of the stuff on when they could use this, how they could control the site, and some of the conditions, they, in our discussions with them, I don't want to, speak for them specifically, but they thought that they wanted to keep the options open to be looking at other areas.
And in your last one, you had a winery, potentially a winery
Yep.
there?
Yep.
Possibly some outdoor seating and dining and things? That's kind of, I like the garden concept, I like the walkability concept. I have some more thoughts on parking, but again, as Councilor Doty said, there's not money to just walk in and develop all this.
Right.
Without some partnerships to help us get that done.
Right.
And so that's what I'm after, and so, whether it be a winery or something else that would help with the cost of development, because, I mean, we have a beautiful area out there along the creek.
Right.
But there'd be some significant costs in building that. Anyway, that's what I was.
Correct, yes. Yeah, and a little bit more background, an additional opportunity could be a recreational center, something like that, that would be revenue generating. Really was not the, as a master plan, it was really to get all of these specific uses that would be compatible, and not necessarily to define one particular use that then would be a partnered already. So within that, we also did hear from the recreational department that they were at max capacity for fields, and those fields were used. It was specific input that we heard that they were fully to the max, and if we displaced those fields, that we looked at property as contextually, there was an additional property that we were looking at that had then been sold since the beginning of the plan to where we got to the preferred concept. So we did not have a particular place that we could consider in conjunction with the city to displace those fields. However, we felt it was responsible for us, as far as developing the plan, that we didn't just dial the city down into one thing, one use only, one concept, build the flexibility in as for the alternative, so.
Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the presentation. It's exciting. There's a lot of glitz here. Unfortunately, some of the hard part of what we're dealing with right now is our infrastructure isn't up to some of the stuff that we're dreaming. Somebody said to me, not all of city business is sexy, and the hard parts are what are we doing about traffic impact? And it was my initial concern when we talked about an amphitheater out there, and it's still my concern, Griffiths Parkway, Stock Trail, Linden. I don't know if that was even a consideration in what your project did, but if all of this were developed as it is conceived, those roads couldn't handle the traffic today, and so there's another major investment in cost into trying to figure out how to deliver that. So that's a question for you, but before I let you answer that, I agree with Councilor Doty. Those softball fields have minimally been used. I have seen a softball game on there once that I can recall, once. But Jim Hunsaker used them for Little League practice fields because nobody was using them for anything. And that's the only time I ever remember being out there because my kid was 12. And that was a long time ago. But I think it'd be nice if we could do a land swap with a private developer who'd bring his money in, if he could provide us another location for softball fields. But anyway, that's just an idea. Did you take traffic into consideration in this?
Yes, we had a specific sub-consultant whose traffic analysis was part of what we are showing. Particularly the realignment of Stock Trail Road so that there is a through way and not dead ending and having to make the decision point going north or crossing traffic at the fairgrounds way. So that was a particular recommendation. The other was where a bus stop could be located, which we're showing at the intersection with Fairgrounds and Blaine. And then some of the other recommendations of where the parking lot was, opportunity for if a parking structure was appropriate, where that would be located. And so there was just still a master plan level of what the transportation plan should look like.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
One morning I had to be at the Caldwell Airport at 8 o'clock in the morning, and going from Illinois on Linden to the airport, which, what is that, a mile? It took me about 25 minutes on Linden because the traffic was so backed up. So there's a lot to embrace in here, and I'm not against it. I like it, but there's just so many questions we got to keep answering.
Councilor Stoddard?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, first of all, don't take offense. This isn't your fault, some of the negative stuff that we come up with here, but one of the big items I saw was that we have to be real careful what type of sports we have at what times of different years. I mean, summer, fall, winter, spring. I think that's going to be a key for attracting people, and it's got to be very consistent. And I think I read someplace in there too that we had an oversupply of parking. We might have an oversupply of parking, but it's usually in the wrong place. You know, it's not close to where the activity is. That's been a major problem for the city.
Yes.
And
Yep.
we need to overcome that. And relative to advertising for the functions, I think we need to concentrate on that too, because there wasn't a lot about if we do advertise, we have the right sports, we attract the right people. You know, what about the location of the hotels and motels? Where is that going to be on the site too? And maybe that's something that's going to come too. But
it was wanted to talk about it as brief as possible, as that will be an additional agenda for you guys to talk about. But we did particularly have that in the location that that was looked at for your next round of looking at it. So right on the corner of 21st.
okay, and just last comment, we all know how difficult railroads are to work with, and
Yep.
we just really need to be careful on what we come up with, what we promise, and what we can or can't do relative to the railroad. So
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jim Burr?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilor Doty and Councilor Allgood with regards to their comments on this sub-area plan. I've claimed for a long time, and I will still claim this, that this is a heavily subsidized taxpayer area all the way from 21st to Linden. And it's taxpayer subsidies, whether or not we're spraying weeds or we've got a softball field that is sitting there being used. It is
taxpayer subsidies, and every taxpayer in the city of Caldwell should say, how do we reduce our tax burden by having businesses pay for that area? And so there is great opportunity for public-private partnerships where we bring tax-paying entities in to help to generate money for that area. With regards to the softball fields, I think the council got a letter here not too long ago stating that what are we gonna do with the softball fields? They've been messed up by the rodeo and not fixed. And they're just there, so maybe they're best used for something else. But the point being is that we're not gonna come up with a lot of money overnight. We're not gonna snap our fingers. We're not gonna be done. So how do we kind of get private interest at the same time there's public interest, and that we both come together in a plan and develop this? And I think this plan does a pretty good job at that. One of the things that I noticed, having been part of that sub-area master plan group, was if we left it up to what everybody wanted, what they wanted was a $50 to $85 million beautiful park that looked like a Boise park. That's really what they wanted. But in reality, we kind of walked that back and said, how can we make a Caldwell Park? And how can we make a sub-area master plan where there's private interest in there also? So with regards to the plan, I like the plan. I think it's up for approval tonight, and I'm going to suggest that we approve it with the understanding that, you know, best laid plans are kind of worthless the second it's passed, but it's a good concept, and I agree with it. The final comment that I have, and this is a whole nother conversation that we may have down the road, is we know the rodeo wants to add another couple thousand seats, and nobody here told them no because there's a parking issue. And the rodeo wants to have a, 22nd century remarkable rodeo or fair, and no one's ever said, no, we can't do that because of parking. It's parking is parking. It'll always be an issue, but this is a great opportunity to have a starting point and a starting discussion of bringing taxpayer dollars to fund an area that is otherwise blighted and heavily subsidized by taxpayers.
Councilor Register.
Okay, I have a whole paper. So I really appreciate all the work that you've put into this, and planning and zoning. I know you guys did a lot of this work too. And I love a plan. I really, really love a plan. But in saying that, I'm just not sure we're ready to adopt a plan yet. I guess I'm a little bit confused where I agree that we need to have some private partnerships. So we need to sort of agree on what the concept is. So if we adopt a plan tonight based on one of the ones that you presented, are we then sort of locking ourselves into that? Or do we need another concept to make it make sense? So that's one question. Because even though I love a plan, my very first question to this was who's paying for it, right? Like we cannot put this on the burden on the back of the taxpayers over the next, I'm guessing, 20 years or however long it takes to roll something like this out. We can't do that. As we were talking about different ideas, what I really would have liked to have seen down there is something that incorporated Caldwell and our history and our Western heritage and all of those kinds of things that we actually already have there with the rodeo and the fair, and the clubs that come in and show their animals and do other things. Like what an amazing place we could use to put in an old Western town with then restaurants and shops and all the things, right? We have the splash pads and all that stuff downtown Caldwell. This could have been elevated, I think, into something that really incorporated what Caldwell was all about. So in saying that too, I noticed that the proposed hotel location was different in the sports complex versus the garden complex. So I know we're not talking about the hotel tonight anymore, but this is what sort of creates a problem when we when we don't have something, when we don't have a plan, right? When we don't have it completely laid out, and then we start piecemealing it together by approving a hotel that's gonna go over here, but really in the concept, it was supposed to go over here, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of stuff we need to figure out before we make any kind of approval. Also, I had a hard time getting into the comments on the actual presentation. I think I read somewhere that there were 43 comments. I could only find like 14 or 15, and they were not favorable. So that concerns me a little bit. I constantly go back to the concern of this idea that we're going to close Linden at some point, and what that looks like with a bigger plan, if that's going to happen. Of course, the railroad, all that kind of stuff. I had heard recently that the softball fields were actually gifted to the fair for them to, if they wanted to expand. That concerns me, and if we don't know for sure what that is, because if it does belong somewhere else, can we, infringe on that? I agree that this all started because of the amphitheater idea, and then we've just kind of run into this whole other project after the council had suggested that amphitheater move out of there because we didn't want to create a problem there with the traffic and all of the stuff, and now we're sort of doing, we're looking at doing that again. But I do think that we have an opportunity down there to do something that will draw in private partnerships like Caldwell history, the Western theme, all that kind of stuff, and taking advantage of the rodeo and the fair there. So yeah, I'm not ready until we absolutely know what we're doing. I don't understand approving one of these plans and then trying to build off of it. Like, if we're not going to do the garden plan or we're not going to do the sports plan, what are we approving? Just sections, I guess. I don't know. But I guess my other question too is the parking that was on the presentations, is that parking that's already there?
It's a combination. So there's existing conditions of parking, and then there's proposed, which we've also heard through expansions of Wolf Stadium, that those two wingtips are already in the works of parking expansion there. And then there's, as we reconfigured the alignment of Stock Trail Road, then that's additional parking that is either supplemental or relocated according to that. And so to answer some of your other particular questions, the programming itself, what is shown on those particular plans, was vetted through discussions either with Parks and Recreation or through the comp plan. I identified as needs, and the idea of what is out there is kind of built upon those layers, and so what we heard through either stakeholder engagement or public comments, and so like the understanding of, there could be more components or layers of such as historical context and that kind of stuff, but that was not identified as a need or a particular location for this as what the public wanted or as the individual stakeholder committees were looking for. So it could be an additional, proposal of how that can be fitted in or layered in, but that was not part of what we heard in our engagement process. And then as far as the plan itself, the master plan is to really study these ideas of, number one, where is it an opportunity for public-private partnership, in which I think we have come to the conclusion that, revenue generating is a key component of this plan. How is that done? And then that's either it's components that are rented out by the public with the O'Connor Fieldhouse, it's a particular private-public partnership such as a hotel or a recreation center, or it's a facility such as a winery. You know, those are all the things that this plan is supposed to start the conversations for. There's no way until, you know, to really have the scope and scale and size of a plan like this with all of those figured out at a master plan level. So the purpose of this plan is to get to say, okay, we now have the idea of things that we're going to explore. We don't know exactly what they are, but we do know that this is a fit for some of the developers, and that's another conversation for where the hotel, you know, comes in. There's interest, the fit is a lot of what their needs are, and then that's what this plan really is, to get those things as the conversational piece in place, and then you start to layer in the other elements.
Okay, well, that takes me back to my question then. On the sports complex plan, you had the hotel in one spot, and on the garden one, you had it in another.
Correct.
So if we said, well, we like the garden plan better, but we don't want to put the hotel on 21st and we want to move it over here, how do we change that if we adopt this plan?
So the next layers come in. So this plan is the plan to make a plan, is basically it. So when the next level, when the hotel developer and that starts to come in, it's just like the other, you know, plans that you've seen for the particular development plans. Those kind of details then become worked out. And so they're going to look at either it is that site on Blaine and Linden, or as we said, you know, that Linden may be closing, and for the airport consideration. So, you know, those thoughts that happen on down the line, that may make it so that that is not a feasible opportunity for a development for a hotel location. It's got to be something different. So,
Well, that's what I want to make sure. If we approve a plan that says we're going to put a hotel, or this is where a hotel is suggested, that tomorrow the city's not going to be like, well, we can put a hotel here without taking it back to council. So every single thing that comes in, like the plan to the plan, every single thing that comes in here has to come back and be approved at council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Sorry, Morgan Bisa. Yes, anything that would develop in the future would have to come back before this body to be approved. And also, just to reiterate what he's saying is, this is very visionary, it's very preliminary, it's just like a slightly more specific comprehensive plan. So even if you liked, I can't remember which is which for the hotel layout, but if you liked the garden plan, but you liked where the hotel was layout in the other plan, you can do that. You can pick and choose little bits of either one. I think some of the text in this plan even talks about how maybe it's a good idea to pick and choose from each one, and that's why they're both in there. It's not an either or. It's just two different options for visions, and you can pick as you see fit.
So if we can piece it together, then what are we approving?
I think you're approving the idea that these ideas have buy-in from the public, right? We had a lot of positive feedback, both providing recreational amenities and this garden concept, which also provided additional amenities for the public. I think they're both, you know, highly amenitized recreation areas. And I think that we also got, you know, the feedback that maybe the amphitheater type use wasn't what we wanted here. We wanted more highly amenitized parks.
It's okay, because I think we're looking at like a lot of money to make it pretty, right? So what I would like to know, and I think this is why I'm not ready, is I would like to know that there's more to it than a walking path and some paint and, you know, whatever. I think all of that is important, but what I'd like to see is where are the restaurants going? Where does it make most sense to maybe have an outside gathering area? Where does it make most sense to have whatever? Because even though there were open houses and there was a task force and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't necessarily brought to council initially and saying, hey, what are your thoughts? Like, what would you like to see in this? I don't know where the ideas all came from. So I feel like now if we're going to pick and choose, like it just, again, it feels kind of backwards to me. But while I have you, I have a question. Do we have the full support of the fair and the rodeo board, the full rodeo board?
So this did not come before the full rodeo board. We did have representatives from the rodeo on the task force, and that was one of the things that led us to recommending the baseball concept as the preferred concept. With the representatives from the fair and rodeo on the task force felt more comfortable with the softball field layout for a few reasons. One, because it did open up, I believe, more opportunity, well, maybe not more, they both did provide additional opportunity for some overflow parking onto the fields like we do currently. And it provided less uncertainties, right? Because that's sort of the use that we already have right now, given it's an improved use. And then also, just speaking of the information we got that led the task force to selecting that as the preferred concept, was feedback from Parks and Rec saying that it would hurt their programming to remove these fields. And I know that we said we didn't see a lot of softball tournaments on these fields, and a lot of the feedback we got from Parks and Rec was, we have a lot of requests from the public to use these fields for tournaments. Unfortunately, when they see the state of our fields, it's not really feasible. So because of issues with broken irrigation or flooding and the fences being removed for this reason or that, their spacing, just the maintenance of them, it has led to fewer reservations of these fields for tournament use than we could potentially have, which would be another source of revenue, as I believe someone was asking about earlier. This does facilitate, I misspoke when I said just a highly amenitized park, because there's also the financial aspect, and both concepts have some sort of public-private partnership, either in the garden concept where you have the winery brewery, or in the baseball field concept where you have the potential for a lot more tournament use and outside reservations of these facilities.
Okay, but at the end of the day, we do not have the stakeholders in that area on board. We don't know.
I wouldn't say that we don't know. This just didn't go to the rodeo board. We had representatives that participated.
What about the fair?
They participated.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When it came to the fair, it's my understanding, or what, let me say this. Was the hotel included in all of this the entire time, or did the hotel sort of come up at the end?
So ideas and layers come in over time, so there's not at the very beginning, we have every aspect of it. Part of the stakeholder engagement and discussion with the city is that there was opportunity for discussions with developers that would possibly be interested in hotel sites. So at the concept phases, we included thoughts of where feasibility would be for hotels. So the early concepts of it, and then through preferred and the second alternative, looked at two different locations.
Okay. Well, I don't want to drag this out any longer. I know we still have the public to hear from. But as far as I'm concerned, I want to see some support from the stakeholders in that area, the fair, the rodeo, the college, and make sure that we have that partnership first, that it's intact, and then kind of go from there and make sure we know what we're approving. Is it a softball fields? Is it a garden concept? If it's a garden concept, are we adding to it? Can we put a restaurant in there? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And then I need to also make sure for the public that they know that at this point, there's not a financial component to this, correct? There's no taxes being used, anything like that. Can you just confirm that?
Mayor and Council Register, just to highlight a couple things you said. I just want to take you back a few minutes and then I'll answer that question. Like Morgan mentioned, this is basically just like a comprehensive plan, okay? So anything that you approve in it, it's not saying we're actually going to do that. It's a vision, it's a guide. It's kind of helping us to know what land uses are compatible in that event center district. It's not necessarily where they're located. These are just concepts of where they could be located, but you could locate them in other areas on that site. We don't ever want to come out and say, this is the exact site where this particular thing has to be located, because that is market driven. Unless it's going to be something the public, that we as a city are building, we don't want to, we wouldn't want to do that in our comprehensive plan either. We wouldn't want to say, you have to build a restaurant on this site. Okay, because then you're starting to get into private property owner rights and all that kind of stuff too. So this is really a concept. Adopting it does not mean, it's not code. It's not an ordinance or a code. It's not saying you have to do this. It's just a vision, but I understand it's up to council. As far as the public participation, we had several workshops. Everybody was invited, the rodeo, the fairgrounds, the county, they were always invited to participate. If they chose not to participate, unfortunately, we can't force them to participate, but they were always invited. We had task force meetings that they were invited to, and I know for a fact they were in several of them, because there was some heated discussions during those workshops between differing opinions, which was fine. And as far as bringing this to council, we can certainly do that, but the process for a comp plan or one of these plans is you always go out for public participation, and that includes the council. The council is public. You're encouraged to take the surveys, to come to the workshops, to sit on the committees. And so usually that's done in advance. You don't usually, you don't typically bring that to the council first and then go out for public participation. Now, if that is something the council wants us to do, we can certainly do that. But usually a plan is based on what the entire community wants to see within that plan, and not just what is suitable for a certain site, if that makes sense.
It does, but somebody came up with the concept. So that's what I'm talking about is
Sure.
if that conversation had happened before, which was, here's 10 concepts we're thinking of, which ones do you want us to present to the public? That maybe that helps a little bit. And I completely understand that it's the responsibility of people to show up and do whatever it is that they need to do. But I do think that when you have stakeholders in the area like that, like the fair and the rodeo and the college, that it's more productive, in my opinion, for the city or whoever to go out and get some sort of letter of support from those places to bring back to council, so there's not the question. And then it's just answered and we're all clear.
Sure.
So those are the kind of process things that I would like to see the city do more of, is sort of thinking ahead and saying, well, what kind of thing do we need or would be beneficial to bring to the council to make a decision? Had you had a letter of support from each one of those, it would make my decision much easier. And then I would go to you and I would say, you know what you said at the beginning was that this was a concept, so sort of forget what you've seen. We're going to say, in this area, we can put 5 restaurants, we can put a park, we can do this, we can do that. We're going to pick and choose and put it all together and whatever. That makes more sense to me than looking at something that looks like it's something intact, right?
Sure.
So those are the kinds of things that I would like to see in order to move forward. It doesn't have to necessarily be a specific thing, but more of a, here's city-owned stuff we can put in here, here's private stuff we can put in here, and by the way, here's the support from the stakeholders in the area. I think that would be helpful.
Sure. And Mayor and Council Register, and I guess I'm going to ask Steve here, did we not interview the stakeholders, and wasn't a representative from the fair, the rodeo, the college? We did actual personal interviews.
Yep.
Okay.
We conducted stakeholder engagement with both, Parks and Rec, City and County, the college, the county fair, the rodeo, and we also looked at O'Connor Fieldhouse itself. But yes, we conducted stakeholder engagement meetings with all of them.
Are you from the fair? Back there? Are you from the fair? Yes? Were you interviewed? Or you were shaking your head no, so I want to make sure. Was somebody from the fair interviewed?
On a different topic.
Or do you want to, can you come
Well,
forward?
yeah, we can get to that later, but I mean, we have the word right here that somebody from the fair was interviewed. I think, did you reach out to council members as well to talk to them? And to try to arrange those meetings?
Sure. Mayor, and I do believe the person that was interviewed from the fair was Diana Center.
Yes.
I think she sat on the task force. Was she? I don't know that she was.
We conducted a phone call with Diana, and for an hour on what this particular needs, uses were, ancillary uses that were off of the county fair and rodeo sites, how they used the property. Particularly, they're opposing to the amphitheater itself for reasons in particular which weren't conducive to how the rodeo and fair used the site.
Right. And these conversations are not meant to be adversarial in any way. Well, I'm trying to make sure everything's buttoned up. I hope you understand that even though you've been working on this for 5-6 months, whatever it's been, we have now had 30 minutes of conversation about it. And so it's very difficult for a council to have 30 minutes of exposure to something and say, yep, let's do it. So that's why we want to make sure that all of these other things are in place so that we can vote with the best information that we have. So you have somebody from the fair here who's saying there was not an interview. Diana's not here. I know she's not available tonight. I don't see anybody from the rodeo here. There's not anybody we can ask. I don't remember having anybody try to set up a meeting with me to ask about anything. And I want to make sure that we're not making an adoption of a concept that we're either locked into or going to have a problem with. So having another conversation about this, it doesn't seem like that's a big deal to me unless there's some kind of rush.
So was there outreach to council members to set up meetings to discuss or to invite them to the outreach? Because it looked like there's 3 public outreach meetings, is that correct?
You're talking about the open houses?
Open house.
Right, he said that, or somebody just said that we were contacted for interviews.
Yes, we had stakeholder engagement, particular one-on-one interviews with additional sources as well. So the athletics administrator with the college and with Diana for the rodeo.
Okay, I thought you said council, which I don't remember hearing.
We had several members of council on the task force. We can't have everyone because we can't have a quorum, but we had 2 members of council on the task force because you can't have a quorum.
Sure, I totally get it, But like I said, we've had a 30-minute discussion. We're still going to hear from the public. And I think that since there's a lot of questions and maybe it would be good to have some letters of support, maybe we just get those.
And so, Robin, what is the goal tonight for this item with the council? Is it to make recommendations? Is it to approve, deny? What's kind of the goal for?
Mayor, I think the goal was to get direction from the council. Are they wanting to see something different on the concepts, on the plans? Do they want us to do additional outreach? Which, if that's the case, that may require us to renegotiate our contract with Logan Simpson because they did provide us a contract based on certain number of workshops and public outreach and that type of stuff, which they have fulfilled. So I guess just direction moving forward. I mean, we were kind of hoping for an approval tonight to bring back a resolution at the next meeting, but if council doesn't feel comfortable with that, then we will take further direction.
Okay, and I know you mentioned that obviously we had the 2 council members that were on the task force, but was there any other involvement from council members like at the workshops, the open houses?
There was the posting for public participation. There was the website that we've encouraged all council members to go to. It shares the same website with the comprehensive plan. There was online surveys that could have been taken. Like I said, we did have public workshops that were advertised through social media as well. I don't know that there was actual, on this particular plan, like a direct outreach to each individual council member. I do know that Councilor Dittenberg and Councilor Doty, and I may have this wrong. Did Councilor Allgood, were you there? Yeah. Okay, yes. So there was 3 members from council that did participate.
Good. And then just real quick before we get to the public that has signed up, just to clarify, I know there was a comment about like a hotel or something, anything on this would have to come back to council. That would only be if it was on city property. So a lot of this shows private property. So for example, a hotel were to go in where the Rite Aid is.
Correct.
That's an outright allowed use. They could just go in and build it. So I just want
Correct.
to make sure that that is clear, that there are areas in here that show private property. And if that was the case, it's an allowed use. They do not need to come to council. So
Correct. Mayor and council, if it is a permitted use through the codes, they could just come in and do it. If they're requesting some type of land use entitlement, then it would have to come back before council. when private developers go in, any of the infrastructure improvements that are required on that parcel would be at the developer's expense unless there was a private-public partnership that the council had approved. But all of the other things like, you know, a lot of this property is currently owned by city and county. So a lot of those improvements that are on those properties would be up to the city or county to decide if they wanted to put the money forward to do that. Those would have to come back to council if it's city property, even if there was a private-public partnership.
I think that's indicative of the hotel that was pulled from tonight. It's an allowed use on that land.
Correct.
But it's owned by the city. That's why it has to come forward for the council's approval for that.
Correct. And just so you know, just part of the request for proposal to Logan Simpson, we asked them specifically to consider certain types of uses because those are the types of uses that you want to see in an event or entertainment district, and then they could recommend other uses. And we did ask them to look specifically at lodging, retail, restaurant, and entertainment type venues.
Councilor Doty?
Just really quickly, Mr. Mayor, and that's what I'm talking about with the softball field concept. I prefer to not have any softball fields out there in support of the rodeo and the fair. However, some of the other amenities, like moving the road or adding additional parking, building even I think there was a parking garage on one of them. I'd like to see some work put into O'Connor Fieldhouse. So if I had to vote on one, it's going to be with the softball fields, but I would never approve softball fields there only because it leaves that ground open for the fair and the rodeo, which I strongly support. There were many workshops. I attended them and participated in the events too, so thank you.
Okay, so we get to move to testimony? Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Don't go too far away. Okay, so Sue, Sebastian, if you'll please come forward. So you all have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. So
Well, thank you for the 3 minutes.
yes, so if you could state your name and address for the
Yes.
record, and then after you
So
begin,
Mayor and
then we'll tee it
Council,
up.
I appreciate your time today. My name's Sue Sebastian, live at 1415 Lurie Lane. I am a retired architect. I spent 25 years doing multiple projects, interstate projects, resorts, hospitality, large-scale projects, which my niche was working on the projects. I dealt with money, bidding, finances, from the conception to the finish. And first of all, I had a lot to say, but since we're not going to be talking about the hotel or any of these, excuse me, I'm not trying to be derogatory to anyone here, okay? To anyone here, is that so far tonight's been a wash, because I think all that we've discussed here has been a waste of time, not only for the citizens, but we have spent, whichever way you want to look at it, we have spent taxpayer money on the consultants, the payroll, working on this project for the last 5 months. I don't feel it was suitably put out there to the public, especially us who live in this community. I don't think this is appropriate even for this community. I have also been in contact with the state. I've been in contact with the State Historical Society, because I feel the character of Caldwell, which is Western heritage, it's been here since 100 years. We just celebrated the centennial this year at the rodeo, that we are neglecting one of the most popular things that we have here that they don't have in Boise. And Boise and Nampa are also working on these event center projects. They have way more money, way more population, higher revenue to bring into it. Caldwell does not have the revenue to be footing the bill for this project for the next 10, 15, 25 years. Nampa spent 25 years on the Ford Idaho Center. They just broke even last year. 25 years the city carried that project. Now the people that live there can't even afford to go there. So the point I'm making is I think we're way out here with a lot of dreamers, and I don't know where all this is starting from, but quite frankly, I think this city is way out of line with what we're going in the direction right now. We have so many things to focus right now with housing, with trying to pay the bills on just keeping things running around here, that I think we're really wasting a lot of revenue and taxpayer money on projects like this that are decades out in the future, if even ever. Because like I said, we're never going to be the compatibility of Boise. I would like to see a western town or do some focus. I've talked to some people on the rodeo board, and no, they're not in favor of this. Many people were heartbroken to even hear there might be something going on that could divert from that. They make $10 million in 5 days. That's a revenue. But we cannot foot a bill up front for something that might be down the road. And that's what my fear is with what's going right now. And I'd hate to see this city get into a problem financially, and then we, the taxpayers, have to pick this up. So I would love to say a lot more about it, being that I've been in this industry. I know the pros and cons of a lot of stuff, and I do appreciate development, but it has to be the right development, because otherwise, to have a livable community, you have to have things all lined up. And I think we have direction in the city going right now that's so far out, and we're just not focusing on what we need to right now and pull the reins in a little bit on this one. So I am going to work with the Historical Society. I've already met with them. I'm working on a package right now. I have done the historical work that was down Haley back in the 80s, and also on some other work on eastern Idaho. So the point I'm trying to make is I think that the council here needs to just pull this out. I know we're paying a lot of money to consultants right now, and I don't know how much has already been put out, but I really think that this is inappropriate, and I think they should go back to just working what we need to, because we got lots of other projects that are way over budget right now. So I thank your time today.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question.
Do you mind, Sue? So Councilor Allgood had a question for you.
Yeah, I just had a question there. I'm not quite sure. I want to make sure I understand what you're advocating. So you're just saying just do nothing right now?
I'm advocating that we don't do, well, here's what I'm advocating. I'm advocating that that the city focuses on what we need to do with the concept that we have limited revenue in our community. I also advocate that I'm working with Historical Society. I advocate that the Caldwell, which wants to be a destination, focus on the heritage that we have here. And that rodeo has been here 100 years, and there's a lot of people that have invested generations into that rodeo. And I think a Western concept are keeping that grounds intact. And what I've seen tonight, we have no parking anywhere. If you know anything about horses, and I'm deathly allergic to them, can't be around them hardly. You can't put horses, my friends pay $40,000, $50,000 for horses, and there's no way they want the public hanging around their horses, I tell you that right now. So even this little scheme with the little round pens or whatever they had there, they're not gonna let people walk around there. We have vineyards all around our valley here. I take all my friends to them every year. It's great, but we don't need a vineyard there. We have amphitheater talking about, well, Meridian's gonna have one, Cuna's talking about one, Boise's gonna have one. So how many acts can we put through the city right now that can be money-making revenue? And even all this money we put into Indian Creek, which is wonderful. That's what made me move here from Garden Valley. It's beautiful, but it's taking time to get that revenue up and running in Indian Creek. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that right now we are way off on our directions, and I think the city really needs to be better focused on projects we need to do today and not 10, 15 years right now. With especially something this costly, and this is in the millions, like hundreds of millions potentially.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you so much, Sue. Okay, you can sit down. Thank you. Natalie Levy. If you could just state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes as well for your testimony.
My name is Natalie Levi. I'm on 26622 Farmway Road. Supply and demand. This has bankruptcy written all over it. Langroyce and Jewett Theater in the College of Idaho, they don't sell out. You go to a football game, it doesn't sell out. My daughter is at C of I. This past weekend, she was supposed to go on a hike. They had to cancel it. No attendance. You can build all you want, but if the people aren't going to come, you're going to lose the money. And here's the reality of it. The vision is not Caldwell. I don't know who you're talking to or what selective audience you've selected. It's not the majority. I moved here 7 years ago, and I became an Idahoan. I came from California. I went to Texas. I've traveled around the world as a consultant in the past. I've seen the world start to make these stamp pads. There's always a Walmart. There's always a Lowe's. You can't tell what city you're in because it's all the same. Caldwell has flavor. And this vision has none. It is generic. And that's why the people don't say yes about it. But when you ask something about a rodeo, they said, sure, I don't care about parking. Why? Because that's what the people are. They're farmers. They're workers. That's why this place is empty. Because right now we're all at the end of crop season, and if we don't close it because you're competing against the weather, you don't have time to come here and educate everybody else how hard you're working. When they're working, inflation is going through the roof. Your grocery prices are going through the roof. Even though we produce the food here in this city, it has to go to Utah to then come back. We have to pay $1.50 for onions when I've got onion crops all over the place. The people are suffering. Our poverty level is way higher than other states and other cities. I have to ask you, are you paying attention to that? We, the people of Caldwell, we're trying to sustain. We're trying to pay our bills. People are working for Amazon. They hate their jobs, but guess what? It's about money. You ask kids, what do you want to be? What do you want to do when you grow up? Their first thing is, whatever's going to make me money. Quality of life? You can't just put scooters. You can't just put parking meters. You can't just put a movie theater and expect it to get filled. Amenities have to come with the ability to attend those amenities. The people right now don't have it. They don't. They're struggling. They're working hard. And it doesn't feel like the city recognizes it because they want to make everything look pretty. I'm sorry, I think you guys are, this proposal is way off base. And I'm going to side with Sue that it's a waste of money in consulting. And the beauty that I've learned in the business world of consultants, they'll always make the money. But whoever paid them, they'll go bankrupt. 1 in 10 businesses succeed. Why? Because of that. You can't just throw something and expect it to work. This will not work. For that reason, I am advocating, given the cost of living, given the RV parks that are coming into Caldwell, this is the wrong audience. We don't need wineries and breweries. That's not our audience. Western theme, council register, that was perfect. That was exactly. You go down, talk about agriculture. People, when I came to this town, I spoke to the mayor of Middleton, and he said, Natalie, you have to understand, my constituents are stupid. I said, excuse me? You think farmers are stupid? You think blue collar is ignorant? I took tremendous offense. And I've worked with farmers, I've learned farming, I do farm. The brilliance of understanding the soil, the brilliance of understanding horses, what they can be around, and the 4-H programs, what the kids are learning. This you don't get in California. This you don't get in Colorado. Because they've all gone city, generic. Gotta have your little staples, a park. Does anyone go to the park? No, they're on their phones all the time. They're on their phones.
If you go ahead and you pass the timer.
Oh, I
just
didn't
go
see a
ahead and-
timer.
Yep, so go ahead and,
Okay.
if you want to make a last statement.
You bet. So at the end of the day, we the people do not consent. Please ask us more. Get it out there. The marketing doesn't even tell us that this is happening. But this is not a success. This is a loss of revenue. A loss, not a maker. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ariel?
Nope.
Levi?
She had to go. That was a student from the C of I that was going to represent opposition.
Very good. Stan Seward.
Stan Seward, 4003 Preston.
And then you'll have 3 minutes for your comments as well, Stan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the work you've put into this. It's exciting to see future plans for Caldwell. I do have a comment about how well we have, I guess, surveyed or gauged the community. Just from your numbers in the presentation, 1,300 participated in the survey. But like for the vineyard, we offered 33%. Said that it met their idea of what would be good for the area, and that was 96 people. So 33% of a group, and if that group's 96 people, that's about 300 people that voted on that. So I'm wondering about the 1,300 people. Where are those? The numbers don't seem to add up. And, you know, for a community that's 70,000 or, you know, whatever the latest number is, I would like to see bigger numbers participate in the survey. Because you know, sports, if you add up people that kind of agree with it and the people that agree with it, that's 59, Vineyard was 56, and the amphitheater was 55. That's kind of a big group of people saying, you know, maybe we haven't even hit on what really excites people. The second thing I wanted to mention is really the city has talked quite a bit lately about leakage. And Steve Jenkins has helped add that to my vocabulary, and I've thought about that. And I guess I will say, you know, this area that we're looking at has businesses owned and run by locals, Caldwellites, or people that live nearby. That is not leakage. That's income and jobs in this area. When we have a business that's national or maybe international that we're dealing with, and they come in and we give them a deal for possibly in this area, you know, maybe we keep more, maybe we have more beds, or maybe we have more meals served here, but I'm not sure that's reducing leakage if the stockholders are elsewhere out of Caldwell. So my leanings is towards what we do with this area. I want to see a lot of local involvement. So, and thank you for the time to share.
Thank you, Stan. Appreciate it. Okay, that's everybody that's signed up to testify on that. So I don't know if we want like a wrap up, Robin, if you want to do that, or if you just want to go into council discussion, or the consultant to touch on anything. It's kind of your call.
Steve, do you have any rebuttals to the public comments?
Not necessarily rebuttal. I would just say, you know, the one thing to really consider is that as you're hearing, this is a very unique property. For number one, you have adjacencies for the college. You have the city property ownership and the county property ownership, and then you have private development within the district and then adjacent to the district. So there's a lot of people with a lot of different visions, and it's difficult to get that many different big ideas as to how people see this place onto one idea and one page. And that's why it's very important to start with a master plan, so that you're letting people, you know, flesh these things out. We do not have the answer yet. And part of the answer is that we need more information, and we need possibly to, you know, keep looking at what the individual pieces are, but overall for you to really embrace that you need a plan for the area, or nothing is ever going to happen, which is a downfall as well. So with that, you know, just as far as what you're seeing for some of the numbers, so as far as, this isn't a statistical survey, this is a, it's outreach. And so not everybody answered each question, not everybody had a preference for an individual concept. So, you know, while there are 1,300 people who have participated in this outreach, not every one of them answered every question. And so that's part of why you wouldn't see that, you know, it's 400, 400, 400 or whatever. But you can also see, of the three very different concepts, which is what we heard were missing pieces and amenities for Caldwell through the comp plan, through public outreach, through stakeholder engagement, that it's almost divided in a third. So there's not a clear-cut answer from everybody who responded and picked one of these options. So I would like to say, you know, while you're keeping that in mind, this is going to be a difficult task in order to get the right pieces in the right place. But having a plan is very important, and not just letting things just, you know, sit by the side and nothing done. No more revenue generation is going to happen if that is the case. But I just would like to thank you for the time for that, and consider those items.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, to council with any questions or any discussion, Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, I just have some comments,
Yeah.
like Stan's comment about pulling the stats out and doing that. Short of mailing everyone a piece of mail, which would cost thousands of dollars, I guess everyone has multiple ways they want to be notified. Some do social media, some do the papers, some do, so I'm not really sure what more the city can do to get everyone's involvement. Just like tonight, if we're going to use Stan's example, and I'm not saying it's invalid, 4 people, was it 4, that showed up in opposition out of 70,000 people. So I don't know how we force more people to get involved, Stan, I guess is my point, is, hang on just a second. Okay, you were neutral. So 3 people were in opposition. So that's my point, is here's your chance. Here's the public hearing tonight. Here's our chance to voice all your stuff that you want to do. And now 3 people show up in opposition. So, and then they make factual statements that they have no basis to do the background on. Some of their statements about nobody wants this, or the people of this town don't want this. Well, clearly there's a few people that do, based on the numbers. More people that do than showed up here tonight in opposition. And so it's usually the loud majority gets the voice, then we want a plan, but we don't want that plan. And you want a different plan, and I want a different plan, and the whole council wants a different plan. And all of this was sent to public hearing and public outreach to give us your thoughts. If you didn't show up for the meetings, what more do you want us to do? I mean, have more public hearings until it finally goes our way? I don't win them all up here. No one wins them all up here that I'm aware of. Maybe somebody does have a perfect voting record, but I doubt it. So that's our frustration too, as a council that's working for you. We're not out here padding our pockets. We're not out here being corrupt. We're not doing any of that. We hire these consultants to do this work, to give us some information from the community. If the community doesn't want to participate in that, do we just say no unless we get 50,000 people? Heck, until this year, we couldn't even get 4,000 people to show up to vote. 4,000 or 5,000, maybe. I might be off by 1,000.
You're pretty close.
This year seems to be a record year, maybe because there's a big election coming up tomorrow. But that's the frustration I have, is that we put it out in all sorts of media areas. Some of us share it on our own pages, and very few people show up. But to say, well, we don't want to do anything till all the locals show up and make a plan, you could bring anything in here. None of us will say that the location that's picked is the exact location that people need to go. We can switch the location of the hotel, and somebody will say the traffic doesn't work there. We can say, okay, where would you like it? We move it to their location, and they'll say, well, that disrupts my traffic going home. So the point is, unless we just shut it down, let it dry up, be a ghost town, then I agree with your statement. Nothing's going to change here then. Businesses bring in taxes. Everybody wants their taxes lowered until something happens where they don't want the project. My number one goal here, aside from public safety, was to lower your taxes. The way we do that is through business. Otherwise, if you want police service, medical service, fire service, $1 million fire engines, 30 more police officers for those of you that didn't show up at the hearing before. How do we pay for that? You do that through business. Businesses pay more in tax, which relieves the tax burden on the property owner. We want all of these things, but nobody wants to pay for any of it. Now, I certainly agree that this would be millions of dollars over time, but to say don't dream, don't look into the future, just look right in front of our nose, well, that's not the way to do it either. You have to be looking down the road. The rodeo, if our population increases, maybe even after I'm long gone, by 50,000 people, rodeo increases 2,000, where are you going to park 500 additional cars? It's not a parking issue so much as it is we don't want to be inconvenienced and we don't want to walk. There are plenty of places to park. Certainly as you add more seats, you might want to be thinking about more areas to park. But to just say we're not doing anything because I'm going to be inconvenienced by it, or I don't want a pickleball court because I'm not interested in that, or don't get rid of the dog park because now I'm interested because I have dogs, which I do. So, and I'm just using these as examples, not to offend anyone, but it's never going to go anywhere. We could bring a developer in here right now to say, I'll build you a hotel, tax-free, whatever, it won't cost you anything, where do you want it? You're going to get 70,000 people to agree where that hotel should go? It's not going to happen. Private property rights are very important. I bet most of the people in this audience voted conservative and certainly agrees with those concepts, except when it comes to us. Not in my backyard, though. We don't want it in our backyard. As long as it doesn't inconvenience me, then I'm good with it. So that's my 2 cents for tonight.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel as though we've kind of lost our way here, and I just want to say a few things that I hope are closer to where we're trying to get tonight. Number one, I think it's fairly well known, and you pretty much said it, Councilor Dittenberg, a large swath of this land is not on the tax rolls. It's public owned. And so we've looked at this for a long time and said, we're not making anything off of this, which again goes to your comment, Counselor Doty. How are we going to reduce the burden on the taxpayer? Because you're already paying for it. You're already paying for all this land, for the fair, for the rodeo, for all those things that we love and appreciate and want to promote. And so when the amphitheater idea came in here, we said, can we get a bigger picture idea of what we want to do with this entire area before we go adding one component to it? And so it seems to me that tonight before us is the question of, do we want to approve an event center district? And by defining that district, we will say there are certain components that we would want to see included in this district that will then guide our thinking in the future as proposals come to us, whether it's a hotel, whether it's a park, whether it's a restaurant, or whether it's a Western theme, which is probably a great idea. But none of the ideas in the plan, unless I'm completely misunderstanding you, Mr. Sigler, are being approved tonight. We're simply saying as a council, yes, we want to hold on to this area as an event center district and allow it to develop in that fashion. And so it seems as though we've kind of lost our way in the whole discussion. We've had several counselors throughout the discussion on it, and furthermore, we've had other people involved with all of our stakeholders in this area. And so I think we would waste our money. To your point, Sue, we'd be wasting our money if we said, thank you very much, Mr. Sigler, for being here. There's the door, goodbye. When we need to be more proactive about what we're doing with this publicly owned property. And so I'm thankful that we're working on this as a city and trying to decide how we want to define this area.
Councilor Denberg.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing portion of this testimony.
So it's a legislative matter, if I'm not mistaken, so so you don't have to have testimony. We allowed it tonight, obviously, to get the feedback from the people, so I don't think we need that motion, to be honest. Is that correct, Taylor?
Mayor and Council, that's correct. It is a legislative matter, but I will say it is listed as a public hearing on the agenda, so I'm not sure, and I don't recall, did we open a public hearing per se?
It was the hotel that wasn't a public
Okay,
hearing.
so then I'll make a motion that we approve the sub-area master plan as presented.
Okay, so we do have a motion. I know that we have you still to
Of
come to
course,
talk, so, but do we have a
because he
second
does
to that
that.
motion?
I'll second that
Okay,
motion.
so we do have a motion from Councilor Denberg for approval of the sub-area master plan and a second from Councilor Allgood. That'll open up for discussion. Councilor Register.
Yeah, once again, I have my microphone on, ready to make a comment and get undercutted by a motion. So I feel like maybe we need to have a workshop on the rules of a public meeting. I don't know, because
So, sir,
that seems
so I
twice.
do take notes of, as they come up on the microphone, so I try to hit it as people.
Okay,
load it
but,
up, so.
but twice I've had my microphone on, and twice now there's been a motion come up before I've been able to finish my thoughts. So I wanted to respond a little bit to some of the things that have been said up here, and I think there's one thing that everybody seems to forget, that the way that the parking meters went down, the process, everything that happened with it, it destroyed public trust. So now when we come forward with this whole other thing that may have been a completely different discussion a year ago or 2 years ago, is now something that needs more answers. We're required to give more answers because, frankly, when the parking meter thing came up, it went bad. It went bad, and now the public thinks that we're all corrupt and that we're all doing something wrong, and none of us know what we're doing. So get the questions answered before we go vote on something, because the best thing that I've seen, I think these are great pictures. I think it's a beautiful plan, but what are we voting on? Are we voting on a picture? Because that's what it feels like. But then we're being told, no, forget the concept that you've seen. We can make it whatever we want. All we're saying is that we're going to call it a certain thing, and then we're going to put pieces in there as we go. So is that what we're voting on? I'm asking is to be clear, to have the support of the stakeholders, get the buy-in from as much of the community as we can, and know what we're approving. That's it. That's pretty simple, I think. And I think you need to pay attention to what the public's telling you, and I think that, yes, because of the way that these park meters went, we are working harder. We have to work harder. That's now our job, is to regain the trust of the public. And so, yes, I think we should be taking those things into consideration. I think we should be asking the hard questions. And when you have an open house where you go and really it's just being told what's going to happen, it's not an event where you have, where you sit and have these conversations or whatever it is. You're looking at posters and they're saying this is what we're going to do, and somebody says, oh, that's great, I picked number one. That's not fair to the community either. So I, again, am not against doing something down there, but I think that we owe it to the community to do it correctly.
Thank you for that discussion. Any other discussion on the motion? From the plan? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to say something real quick. So I've been here a very long time, and I've been involved in a lot of the stuff that's happened here. When the project first started years ago to uncover Indian Creek, you should have heard the hateful things mentioned about uncovering Indian Creek and how we were wasting taxpayer dollars, and how many people referred to uncovering Indian Creek as uncovering the ditch, calling it a ditch. No part of my own, but people worked very hard on that and made it beautiful. And then the plaza came along, and the plaza was very expensive, and it went over budget. And I was part of that. I had a lot of sleepless nights because it cost so much money. But today, that plaza is recognized around the state. Matter of fact, and I was going to mention in council comments, best of Canyon County, the plaza's mentioned at least 2 times. And so somebody smarter than me had a vision that I've worked for the city for 39 years. There was a long period of time when you could not beg people to invest in downtown Caldwell. There was no interest in downtown Caldwell. We uncovered the creek, we built the plaza, now we have a waiting list of people to invest in downtown Caldwell. It was because somebody had a vision to move this city forward that happened. And just to say, well, we're going to cancel the vision now, we're not going to spend any more money, we're just going to let it be, makes no sense based on the success that we have seen in this city. This city is a city of vision. This city is a city that's moving forward in a lot of wonderful areas, and the creek and the plaza are perfect examples of somebody having a good vision. And that's why when the mayor asked me to sit on this task force to consider this district and how we can make it synergistic with the rest of our community, I was happy to do so. Because, again, we need a vision, we need a plan if we're going to keep this city the place that we want it to be. So, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I have a question. So again, I just want to make it clear, all I'm asking is that we do this correctly, not just, once again, throwing something out there. But when the motion came up, it was to adopt the Caldwell Event Center District Sub-Area Plan. Now, the rest of the paragraph talks about establishing a vision with concept drawings, recommendations to guide future development, redevelopment, and so on, and then gives the zones and acreage. So does everybody know what they're voting on? Have you, I didn't hear anything in the motion about what concept you're voting on or anything like that, and that's what this says. It doesn't say that it's just to rename the area, so just want to make sure.
Mr. Mayor, then I'll amend my motion to include the entire language listed on item 3.
So is it the garden concept, or is it the sports one?
You know, the master plan has a specific preferred concept, And if we adopt the master plan, we're adopting the preferred concept.
Which is which one?
So the preferred concept was the sports complex.
Okay, so if we vote yes, then we're voting for the sports complex. Is that correct?
So, well, I mean, you're voting for, the vote would be for the approval of the Caldwell Event Center
Right.
District Sub-Area Plan that has the preferred option as the sports complex.
Wasn't the preferred option the amphitheater? It didn't? Okay,
No.
maybe I was looking at,
Yeah.
I thought I saw something with numbers that looked quite a bit.
Mayor and councilors, just to confirm, the sub-area master plan has a preferred concept of the sports complex, but it also has an alternative concept. So if you vote to approve the master plan, you can use either one of those concepts, because anything, like I said, would have to come back to you for like infrastructure improvements or whatever. And both of them have the same types of uses in both of them, with the exception of like the sports fields versus a winery. But if we're gonna get rid of those sports fields or put money in to improve them so that it could be used, that's gonna come back to you to look at putting money towards the fields or getting rid of the fields. That particular item would come back to you, but it does have both concepts. Both concepts could be used, and you could pick pieces from both concepts as we move forward. And I would probably recommend that when we do this master plan, that we continue forward with a committee that continues to work on this master plan as far as developing greater depth within that plan.
All right, thank you so much. So I think the motion is now clear on that, and the second was from Councilor Denver, the second from Councilor Allgood. This is for, again, approval of the Caldwell Event Center District Sub-Area Plan as presented this evening. So, yeah, no, sorry, there's a motion on the floor, so we need to take a vote. Sorry, we can't take any other testimony from the public. So with that, the voting, so in just one, so the vote is in process, and after that, we can take that question. So everything is before the council, so the voting is now open, and all votes are cast, so voting is closed. And that motion does pass with 4 in favor and 2 in opposition. Councilor Stoddard and Councilor Register did vote no, and then the remainder of the councilors did vote in favor of that. So in regards to your question, I would recommend you can talk to staff in that regards to whatever that question may be on that. So yeah, you'll need to talk to staff, or if you want to wait till after, we can talk to you then on that, if you want to talk to one of us. So we're going to need to move on. Do we need a motion to close that public hearing item? No, since it was legislative. Okay, so that moves us into number 4, consider bill number 75, ordinance number 3636, amending chapter 7, article 13, pertaining to public noise and exceptions thereto, with a request to move for its passage by title only. Robin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This next item is for areas like the Event Center District. Currently in our code, there is a noise ordinance where you can't have noise after 11 o'clock p.m. This would impact like the rodeo and all of that stuff that's going on in event center or entertainment center areas. We would like to ask for an exception for areas like we already currently have one for downtown. We'd like to also add to an exception for the noise to allow it to go longer for events like the rodeo and the fair and sporting events within that event center or entertainment center district areas. And I'll stand for questions.
Good. Any questions from council?
Quick question.
Councilor Allgood?
Robin, don't we already have this in existence? Are we adding something to it?
Yes, so we have it in existence for the downtown where there's an exception. And I know we had previously talked about adding this for the event center area, but when I went back and looked at the ordinance, it never did get put into the ordinance. So it's kind of a housekeeping item to come back and allow this to be put into the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So with that, again, this is just a, where am I at? So obviously this is a legislative matter in that regard, so I don't know if we have any further discussion or any sponsors of this bill.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Doty.
We're on number 4, right?
Yes.
Motion to approve the passage of Bill 75 Ordinance 3636 with a request to move for its passage by title only.
Second.
So that's a motion from Counselor Doty with a second from Counselor Denber for passage of Bill 75, Ordinance 3636. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. Number 5 has been removed from the agenda this evening, so that moves us into new business item number 6, which is consider resolution authorizing the acceptance of the COPS grant in the amount of $500,000. Ray Lynn.
Thank you, Raylan.
Thank you.
So, as you know, our current grant coordinator, Chris Ramos, he goes out and searches for grants, and so he worked with Caldwell PD to go ahead and put this application in, and we were notified on October 1st that we were awarded this grant. It's a 3-year grant. Technically, it's 5 years, but the funding is for the first 3 years, and it is for 4 new entry-level police officers. And there's quite a bit to it. It's a little bit, but what I have provided before you is kind of the cost year-by-year breakdown of what it would be. So in the first year, the COPS grant does pay 75% of the personnel costs, not all of the fringe benefit, but it does pay the salary and most of the wages or most of the fringe benefits. On the second year, it is only 50%, and on the third year, it is 25%. And then over the course of those 3 years, it's a max per officer of $125,000. So I know Councilman Dittberg's had out an email with the PAM study, and so I kind of redid that and took that format, thank you. And so the top handout is just with those 4 officers over the next 5 years, what they would cost. And then the second page is kind of an outlook on the PAM study with all of those 30 officers added to it, including the COPS grant information, so. A lot of it is going to be operating costs. Those are kind of those costs we do have to absorb. I think if this is approved, this is something that I'll have to work with the deputy chief on some of the initial operating costs, such as the vehicles, to talk about and see the plan for. So.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I think just to kind of comment on the vehicles, if you look at year one, obviously it's a huge expense because right now we have 1 vehicle per officer, and to outfit an entire vehicle is about $100,000. So for 4 officers, that's $400,000. I've been working with Ray Lynn on different options. We could go back to a ride share, which we might have to, where officers have a vehicle for their entire week, but they share it with someone who's on the other side of their schedule. It'll cut down costs on vehicles. We have also been looking at possibly meeting with Enterprise to look at leasing vehicles, which would help us save some costs because you don't have to pay the full $100,000 up front. But there are a lot of options we're looking at. We do support this grant and hope that you guys approve it so that we can accept it. I think further down the line, I know we presented the PAM model, and I had a lot of conversations with Ray Lynn about really coming up with a good strategic plan for us going into next budget season so that you guys have a clear understanding of what we can get, because I understand 30 positions over the next 5 years is a lot. I don't know if we're going to even have the money for that. I'm going to be, yeah. And the chief and I, we're realistic about our expectations. We're just happy we did the PAM study because it gives us, a guide to go off of and something to work towards. But in the next couple months, coming up to budget season, our priority is positions. So I'm going to be working with Raylan. We're going to present a strategic plan to you guys, and we should have it ready to go by next season, so.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything else, Raylan?
Not on the COPS grant, no.
Okay, perfect. Questions, Counselor? All good.
So Ray Lynn, I just want to make sure this is clear. This grant requires us, obligates us for 4 years, correct?
5 years, actually. So
5 years.
Yes. So if we hire the entry-level officer, then we are required to fully fund them for 5 years, or to keep them after the 3 years for 2 additional years at the city's cost.
And so the city's cost for 5 years is $893,000? Am I reading that right? That's the match amount?
Federal match amount, this is the
Well,
actual amount.
Okay, so I was just talking wages, but the actual amount is 2.8 million for
So
4 officers for 5 years?
that does include some of the operating costs. So I think this kind of gives a full 5-year picture. So that 2.8 million is across all 5 years. That's what that
Okay,
is.
yeah.
For the first year, which is this current year, it would be in wages, an additional 134,000. And in operating costs, which includes a new vehicle, which I think that's gonna take some conversation, but then, equipping them with body cameras and radios and all of those safety PPE equipment that they need as well. If we included the cars, that's an additional $454,000 for all 4 officers.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
All right, and that, my only concern, the thing I'm always watching for, is to make sure we don't get ourselves into a place where we have to lay somebody off. We know we got the money coming so that we can keep these people
No.
working. And so that's what I'm always after, is just to make sure we feel confident that we can support what we're doing.
I think with, especially going into the next budget season, this will be the priority one, to make sure to fund these current officers before adding new ones, but still looking at that strategic plan to make sure we're funding CPD appropriately, so.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mayor, Councilor Allgood, I think part of the strategic plan is if we do accept these 4 positions, we know we're on the hook for them for the next 5 years. So I think as we go into the next budget season, we might have to not get as many positions as we asked for because these ones are already on the docket. So I just feel like we're going to make the adjustments we need to with the budget that we're going to have and make it work.
Well, I'm hoping we can add more, but I just want to make sure we keep
For
what
sure.
we have.
Yeah, that's our hope too, but I mean, we're prepared to adjust if we need to.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Counselor Stoddard?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Raylene, it kind of reminds me of the ARPA funds. Once they run out, we don't have them. And say the bottom falls out of our housing and we don't get the taxes in, are we going to lay those people off then, or keep them up? What are we going to do then?
So if, say we went into a recession with the 2007, what would cap it is if the levy rate, which our levy rate does keep dropping. And so I think that's, I could definitely build into scenario what ended up happening, but I think that would be not just impact one department, and there would be a prioritization of cuts across all departments at that
So we'd have to
point in
do
time.
some cutting is the bottom line somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Dittenberg?
So I have a couple questions. The first question is you and I had chatted about this a little earlier today, the timing of this. Had the timing been that we received this award 6 months earlier, we would have seen a budgetary impact in the 2025 budget, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And since the timing of it is later rather than sooner, we will have a budgetary impact through 2029.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then to answer Counselor Stoddick's question, there are provisions in the agreement that I read. If your city experiences some sort of troubles and you need to lay off, that there is some point in time where you have to say, we're going to hire them back now. And so you can enter into an agreement. And just as a side note, for the most part, I don't like federal money in almost anything, but this is the one time I'll make an exception for that. The other question that I have is, based upon the city's size, and I have questions for the chief of police and deputy chief here in a minute, are we eligible for more down the road? I mean, if we're looking at hiring 30 officers over the next 5 years, are we eligible for another award every 18 months, or what do you know?
So my understanding, because this is a competitive award, and so if we put in the application, it is graded against other applications. And so potentially, yes, we could be awarded another COPS award for another year. But I think it's just on the data we submit and the number of officers we need, and that makes the grant competitive, the application competitive. So yes, we could. My recommendation would be not right away. Do we go and apply for this? We wait at least a couple of years.
Okay. All right. So I have some questions for Deputy Chief. Are you ready for some questions? Sure. Okay, so having been familiar with the community-oriented policing program for many years through my work at the Boise Police Department, I see here that the same requirements apply today that they did 28 years ago, 35 years ago. I don't know how long I worked there. Community policing officers are supposed to be engaged in problem solving. They're supposed to be engaged in community partnership and community building, community support building, organizational transformation to kind of a more friendly department. How do you plan on using those officers in that way?
I think, Mayor, Councilor Denver, I think, to be honest with you, our officers already do that. So just putting them into the patrol division in general, they are going to be out there doing outreach. We're going to have them work in community events. They're going to be able to buy into our community plan that we already have in place within our department for community policing. I see the chief standing up, so I think he wants to say something as well, so I'm going to let him have the mic.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Dittenber, thank you. That's a very valid question. I'm just going to say this because we just left the month of October, but your police department was internationally recognized as a top 20 policing agency, professional, progressive, modern policing agency in the entire world at the International Association of Chiefs of Police Conference. And we don't do that based on the antithesis of what you're saying right there. We do that based on what the deputy chief just testified to, is our men and women go out there, as they're doing right now, as they just did an hour ago in a vehicle pursuit, by removing people from the community and holding them accountable. By doing so with compassion, with fairness, with equity, and all the things that we strive for in our mission, vision, and values. So this grant would allow us to basically get a loan from the federal government to employ 4 more police officers to lessen the burden on our fiscal responsibility this year, and basically we just pay it back, as you know. But to answer that question, we have completely transformed this organization to be the leading premier agency, not only in the state of Idaho, but in your country. And I'm very proud to be the chief.
I agree with that. Let's do that. Yeah.
So Raylan, I have a question for you, and Chief, you can probably answer it too, don't go too far. So the requirements of this grant is that we supplement our existing force, not supplant it, meaning we're going to hire 4 new officers. We're not going to replace 4 that we approved last year. We're going to hire 4 new officers. Where does that money come from? Because Brad's going to ask, or Councilor Doty's going to ask.
So there's 2 things where those funds would come from. One, there's going to be a budget amendment. So within that budget amendment, because there's not any additional property tax that we can levy, and that's what police is property tax. And so we're going to look at their fund balance. So police every year, this last year, they have put in about an additional 400,000 into the police-specific fund balance. And so using that to supplement some of these funds, so.
And can any of the police vehicles be purchased with the impact fees?
Because they don't last 10 years, that's why we don't put police vehicles on the impact fees.
Okay.
So I think also doing a little bit of research to see how we can change the way we're purchasing police vehicles instead of all that capital all at once, and seeing if we can look at different options like leasing. I think we're starting those intern discussions to see if it's an option or not to help lower those costs as well. So.
Counselor Doty.
I just want to say just a couple of things, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So about layoffs, of course, we do that with, there'll be some officers that don't fall into this category, as you probably know, Counselor Allgood, so you just wouldn't hire. I'd hate to pin Raylan down to tell us what's going to happen in 5 years, right? I mean, we have an election tomorrow, so who knows what's going to happen. But I don't want to pin her down to that, but I think how we do it is through salary savings. These 4 officers may never get laid off or affected if we have to abide by the grant. But if 4 people retire, leave, much like we're doing right now, we would just hold those open to ensure we could pay our bills. Not the best scenario, I'm saying that's worst case scenario. We don't want to add officers and then say we're not going to hire, we're not going to refill anyone. But in the worst case scenario, you just wouldn't refill anyone, not necessarily lay anyone off unless it got really bad around 2008, I think, so.
Counselor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, congratulations, Chief, on that achievement. And it's a side note, but that's what brings businesses here too, knowing we have a safe community where people are confident that our police force is one of the top 20 in the world. So congratulations on that. My question is simple. Is this grant tied to those 4 officers? So if in the 5 years, one of them moves out of state or for some reason no longer works for us, is the grant tied to that body?
I would say it's tied to the position specifically, so we create position control numbers. So it'd be tied to that position. If there is turnover, the grant does specify there are some things that we would have to do, but it does specify for that as well.
Good. Any other discussion or any motions? Counselor Allgood.
Mr. Mayor, let me get in the right spot here. Mr. Mayor, I request we approve this resolution authorizing the acceptance of the COPS grant.
Good. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Doty for approval of the resolution accepting the COPS grant. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us into new business number 7, consider resolution authorizing the transfer of city-owned property known as 205 Belmont from the Fire Impact Fund to the Water Department. And Fire Impact Fund in the amount of $543,469.25. Raylan.
So I don't know if City Council remembers, but when Fire Station 1 land decision was made, part of that resolution was to kind of get this transfer back, for water department usage. And so what this calculation does is it takes the actual purchase of the land, and then adds interest to it for the 10 months that it was not in the impact fees to reimburse the impact fund for the interest lost. So.
Very good. Any questions? Counselor Doty?
Oh, sorry, I had it on, but I will comment.
Yeah.
As you know, this is very irritating to me, based on our other conversations about the fire station, and it's 9:45, so I don't need to say any more than that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other discussion or any motions or questions? Counselor Dimber.
This is like an internal transfer, right? This is not new money being spent on a decision we decided not to make, correct?
That is correct. We already own the property. We are just transferring the property from fire to water and transferring funds from water fund to fire impact fund.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing the transfer of the city-owned property as stated on the sheet.
Very good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Dittenberg and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the resolution as detailed in item number 7 on the council agenda. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. That moves us into number 8 for a resolution accepting the request from Advocates Against Family Violence for issuance of $50,000 from the opioid settlement funding. Braylon?
So, this is kind of a separate funding that we don't really talk about. And it is now becoming a little bit ongoing where we're gonna get yearly payments instead of just intermittent payments. We have just over $200,000 in sitting that's building interest within, that the city has received that we have not obligated or have planned projects for currently. And in fiscal year 25, with the information that we received from the companies, we're gonna get an additional $55,000. And so looking at projects that can impact our community, and so Advocates Against Family Violence proposed that letter to me. I reviewed it to see if it qualified for opioid funding, because there is very strict uses, and so it does qualify. I talked with both a couple, the mayor and then Robin in Planning and Zoning, and wanted to make this recommendation to you to look at using some of those opioid funds, so.
Very good. Any questions for Raylene? Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, Raylene, is this over and above of what they originally asked for?
That's correct. It's separate. It's not coming, so the original 15,000 came from general fund. That's just a donation. This is specifically, they have to show us the specific uses, and so it's something that we would ask for a report after the fact.
So they would get 65,000 total include, okay, thank you.
Councilor Doty?
I just want to offer my support for this. You and I both attended their dinner, I guess they call it, or their luncheon that they have, and it's a very worthy organization, so.
Very good. Okay. I saw a hand move, but I didn't see a light going.
I just have a real quick question,
okay.
Raylene. Do we disperse $50,000 to the organization, or are they incurring costs and then asking for a reimbursement from us?
So this would be dispersing it, and then they would give us a report of how they use the funds.
And so we
after
would
that.
determine their eligibility under the strict requirements?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Allgood?
Sorry, just following. So this is passed through the state to us, correct?
So these are opioid settlements, so the state did kind of like a class action settlement a little bit on the opioid companies, and so we put in for that, and we are now receiving those funds. And for the next 10 years, we will get over almost $1 million in those funds.
And the reason for my question is are we on a timeline to spend this money, and who do we report to as we spend it?
So we report to the AG's office when we spend it. We have to do, I believe it's quarterly reporting, so.
Okay.
Councilor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the resolution.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. So we have a motion from Councilor Williams, a second from Doty. Councilor Doty for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, voting is open this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. And that moves us into, again, this is a housekeeping item, annexation of Caldwell Canyon Village Apartments into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. Do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance? Councilor Allgood.
There we go. I'll sponsor bill number 78, ordinance number 3639, and move for its approval by title only.
Good. Do we have a second?
Second?
It's a motion from Councilor Allgood, a second from Councilor Doty for passage of Bill 78, Ordinance 3639, with request to approve by title only. Any discussion? With that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. That moves us to the finance report.
All right.
Counselor Allgood.
I move that accounts payable in the amount of $7,362,525.25 represented by check numbers 181-825 through 182-158 and payroll in the amount of $741,716.80 represented by check numbers 39673 through 39701, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Register. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And that motion passes. That moves us into council comments. Counselor Doty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing, those that are still with us, it is Counselor Stoddick's birthday, so happy birthday. I won't sing to you for save time. Diana wants to sing. We'll save it for the end. How about that? I've shared this with the mayor and other councilors, and I'm going to share it publicly now. But when I went to vote this last week, I want our citizens to know that as a Caldwell resident, I was able to vote on the Nampa, are they calling theirs an entertainment district? Auditorium district. I was able to vote for the Nampa Auditorium District by the way they drew the boundaries. Now, I get that districts can transfer from city to city and across lines, especially with fire and things of that nature. I did bring it to the attention of the election board because my concern is if we build something within that district in Caldwell, Nampa would receive those fees. So I don't know if it was missed in court. I don't know if it was missed when they were planning or they didn't want to spend the money to make sure it was done right. I'm guessing the mayor is going to work on that to see what the resolution is. I have contacted Mr. Hogaboom. Is that how he says the last name? I just want to make sure I gave him credit, to let him know that I believe, as a counselor for the city of Caldwell, that the boundaries need to be redone and maybe even re-vote on it if it passes, just so that your tax dollars stay in Caldwell, or if you stay at one of these facilities that qualify, that those don't leak into Nampa. And so I want all the citizens here to know that. You only know that if you live right on the boundary, which I do. And I was alert to it because it's happened to me before when I voted and got a ballot for Nampa City Council members versus Caldwell City Council members. And so I was very astute to what was going on, but if you don't live in that area, and I've got to be honest, some of the people that probably live in my area don't know the effects of that, and so I have shared that, and now our public is aware and would appreciate the support if you think your money should stay here. Thank you.
You bet. Counselor Stoddick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's why I think we ought to set up a auditorium district just to make sure we get the money we're owed. So, want to remind everybody that the Veterans Celebration is next Monday, 11 o'clock, and I think you're committed, Mr. Mayor. Yep. Okay, and hope to see you all there. Worthy cause. Thank you.
Yeah, come and see all the new great things they've done to the outside. It's awesome. Counselor Register.
Well, Brad stole my thunder. I was gonna wish Chuck a happy birthday. Do you want me to sing to you, Chuck? I'm just kidding. I don't want to sing. Well, now I feel like you're disappointed. Are you disappointed? Okay. Well, anyway, happy birthday, Chuck. And I don't really have that many comments. I'm just disappointed a little bit in how the public was treated tonight. I think if 4 people or 4,000 show up, they took the time to be here. And I think that it's important to take all those things into consideration. But I felt like they were a little bit admonished tonight for giving their opinions, and I think we need to be better than that.
Counselor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still talking about water, and you knew I would. I told you I would. When we met on Wednesday, I asked you if there was anything else I needed to know, and you said there wasn't. On Thursday, after talking to one of those developers, you said you had the approval of Trilogy, to be specific. They're not content. In fact, on Thursday, I got a communication from them saying that the Prairie Creek subdivision is on hold. After spending more than $1 million, it is on hold. And they're not happy because they were told in the pre-app that they were in zone 2 when they're actually in Zone 3. They were told that by the city. And then they were told they can't connect to Zone 2 because of low pressure and poor distribution capacity. Now, you told us at the last council meeting that every subdivision that we've approved, we would be able to supply water to. Well, that's not true, Mr. Mayor, because the Bear Lane property that we approved over a year ago is now on hold after spending over $1 million. And so I'm concerned, and I'm concerned because I don't think you intentionally misled us, did you?
No.
So if you didn't intentionally mislead us, then you didn't know this, did you?
So, do you want me to respond to that now, or?
I do.
Yeah, so the discussions that I've had with our Public Works Department, Water Department, is that, yes, that all that, as of when they had that information, and they'll get more information in the coming weeks, was that they had the water to supply all of the developments that have been approved.
But
to date.
that's not true. Because this property, they knew, did not have the water to be able to supply to it. So that statement 2 weeks ago was not true.
And they're an entitled subdivision, that Prairie Creek?
Yes, we've already approved it over a year ago, and they've spent I have the numbers here. Sean provided me the numbers. I could read them to you. It's over $1 million.
Okay, well, I can
And
call.
so this is the problem. This is where I get, yes, upset. Because we're creating this issue. Now, I know you've told me that in another 2 weeks, we're gonna have more information, but I should have known this already. I met with you, I allowed you to come out to my place of business, I met with you, and either you still didn't know this then, or you withheld it from me. These are problems. You should know this. You're the mayor. And so if you're not being informed, then you need to rein in the people that should be telling you this. But we've got some issues here that have to get solved sooner than later. These people, I don't even want to know. $1 million, if you just put it in Dave's bank, you could at least be getting 4%. That's $40,000 a year, and if you're investing it, you could do better than that. I'm not done, and I'm not going to let go. These people deserve an answer more than we'll get to you in a couple more weeks. And I'm disappointed you didn't bring this to me on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll reach out. I know Sean very well, so I'll call him tomorrow, and we'll find out what's going on with that Prairie Creek, and then get that information for you.
Mr. Mayor, can I add some comments
Yeah,
onto that? But he's got it right there in front of him, so to find out what's going on, I'm sure he would give that to you, right? And that's the frustration, is either your staff didn't inform you enough, right, which you said was not your intent. I think our frustration, what are you gonna do about that? And certainly we don't talk about personnel issues here, but if we don't have anyone else to go after, it's you. That's who we're going after, right?
Yep,
Because
there may be different information from what's received. I know that there was issues that were solved on Friday of last week in meeting with some other developers. So sometimes they tell different stories. Sometimes when we meet with staff, it's a little different than they meet with or talk to a council member and get a little worked up and say different things. So making sure that there's.
But he's got the
same
emails
stories.
from our city, right?
Yeah.
Which reminds me, by the way, and I hadn't thought about it until you said that. That individual you talked to, I've known for over 15 years. I took care of his dad when his dad wasn't well a little bit. I know his family. So I think it's interesting that you would tell somebody not to talk to me. Is there anybody else that you'd like to publicly state on the record in the public shouldn't talk to the city council?
I indicated to him that he needs to be aware of ongoing items. If there is a pending subdivision that's coming to council, they should not be talking to council about that, because then that means you should not vote, because that's an ex parte communication. So if anybody comes and wants to talk to you about a subdivision that is pending approval before the council, or is pending, it just is a submitted item, they should definitely not be talking to council.
They didn't speak to me about any specific development. They came to me with a question about water, because they said, do you know anything about the city not having water? And I said, no, everything I've always been told is that we have the best aquifer in the valley. So are they not allowed to ask me that question?
So it gets into, and the attorneys can weigh in if they want, it gets into some difficult situations. If you're talking about water for a development that's coming before the council in the next couple months, then you need to be very cautious about what's discussed and questions that are asked. Councilor Allgood?
Yes, just kind of on a bright spot. Sorry, thank you. Press Tribune came out with the best of Canyon County this week, and Caldwell businesses and Caldwell people did very well. Indian Creek Plaza got at least 2 awards. There's a lot more than I'm mentioning here, with the Caldwell Night Rodeo being the next runner-up. We got the best tanning salon, we got the best furniture store, best appliance store, best burger. That's a big one, you know. Gym In and Out. Rostock Furniture got 2. Craft Lounge got 2. Koenig Winery, Team Mazda got the best car dealership, and there's more. I didn't write them all down, but I just want to say kudos to all these people for, again, putting Caldwell on the map and getting us recognized for the work they're doing.
So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Councilor Dittenber? Nothing this evening. So I'll just touch on the auditorium district. So I spoke with some officials of the city of Meridian. It is not uncommon, found out, to be indifferent. So there are actually, I believe it was either 6 or 7 hotels that are in Meridian city limits, but in Boise's auditorium district. And so it does.
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, and I agree. And so it's really about, so they have that ability to do that and go into different boundaries, different districts in that regards. And then, again, obviously the tax dollars go to the city, but the money that's set up where they have to pay that extra goes to Boise Auditorium District for them to do things where they want within that district. And so it really is about, in talking with those officials, they just have to make sure it's that relationship you have with that city. So we're working at, working on reaching out to City of Nampa. Said we were not aware that it did encompass some of Caldwell, so we want to make sure that, we work together and understand that. And again, if we do create an auditorium district and want to try to get that back, we need to work with the City of Nampa to have them.
Take all the property in Nampa that they don't have covered by their district.
Yeah, but then we have to get it approved, as you know, through the voters on that. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with that, because obviously it has to be approved by the voters within that district. And that's why you got that vote on that, because you just happen to live in it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, and it's like. Yeah. So it is, worrisome, and I don't know if there's, after I find out what the Meridian deals with that too, if there's flavor from the state legislature to put in state code that needs to be within your city limits, or even say within your impact area. But again, that, what's Boise and Meridian, what does that do for them? Is it already existing ones? But something definitely to talk with the legislature. We'll know after tomorrow who our legislators are for certain, so there'll be some discussions that we could have in that regards. Also, talking about local option registration fee. I know several of the council members were part of some of those discussions at the county with Compass, talking about, should that go to the voters to decide if they want to add the ability to have a local option registration fee. This would be for their vehicles, to have money that could be used in different elements, different ways. So they're looking at potentially moving forward to put that on the ballot. I think it's ultimately up to the county commissioners. Does that sound? I know Councilor Sadek was there. I think Councilor Doty and Councilor Dittenber were on some of those meetings. And I think it's ultimately up to the county commissioners, if I'm not mistaken, if they're going to do that or not. Yeah, voters. I think all the cities have to, or the county commissioners, or the voters on it. So they're looking at that, and whether, if the city has any preference one way or another. I know it's something that it's not the city council or whoever approving it. It's just, going to the voters to let them decide if they want to add going to be a local, it's not a local option tax, kind of like that, but a local option registration fee where something would be added to registrations. Then that money would go to specific projects, things of that nature. So they're looking at potentially bringing that forward to the county commissioners to see about them bringing that forward on a ballot. It obviously wouldn't be tomorrow. It'd be either May or November of next year on that. But just so you're aware of that those discussions have been happening in that regards. And just kind of touch on, understand that, the concerns of that regards. We are obviously working through those issues. as, best we can. And it's always best, if there's issues, developers or engineers, whoever come to you, please recommend them to reach out to city staff so that they can sit down and have a good conversation. I've known that gentleman over 10 years that you had mentioned, worked with him on multiple projects, and we were able to solve some issues in 20, 30 minutes that have been brewing for several weeks. And so always recommend when people do approach you, again, be careful, be cautious if there are pending applications, but that they meet with staff. We have an amazing staff, as you all know. We have some staff that are, I hate to say it, but considering leaving. And we would be in a huge loss because there would be multiple staff that would follow them out the door. And we need to support that staff. And I get it that when you hear things from people, and there's a lot of things said, there's things that were said a month or so ago that were 100% true that we know now are not, and we're still working towards that. So we want to make sure that, we give the staff the benefit of the doubt, reach out, meet with them. I know there's been offers to meet with staff that have not been taken up. If you hear something from developer, go and meet with staff and get their side of it as well and give them the credit that's due to them in that regard so that we don't lose more important staff in our city in that regard. So that's really all comments I have at this time on that. And with that, we'd stand for a motion to move into executive session. Yes, please.
Mr. Mayor, move to convene into executive session. It's twice on here. Pursuant to Idaho Code Section 74206, Section 1J, for the purpose of considering labor contract matters authorized under Section 672345A, subparagraph or something 74-206A, and then sub-A, sub-B.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. So it's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard. And with that, voting is open to go into executive session for the reason as listed. Councilor Stoddard, do you mind trying the button one more time, real quick?
No, they're right here. You have to go into executive session.
Oh. That's right, we got it. Okay, all votes are cast, voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. We appreciate everyone coming this evening. If you'd mind, please stepping out so we can go into our executive session. Yes.
3, 5.
How about 3?
Well, as fast as I can.
Yes.
Is it a 2-hole?